1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
Start your collectible coin journey today with the first ever Seuss coin. Hip, hip, hooray! The Grinch is here for all to see. DrSeussCoins.com kicks off your collecting spree. Now, for the first time ever, Rare Collectibles TV has licensed Dr. Seuss's beloved creations, making them come to life on collectible, adorable coins. Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 examples have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com, DrSeussCoins.com.
Ready to redefine your home style? Bucks County Estate Traders offers a breathtaking collection of furniture to suit every taste. From timeless antiques to chic modern designs, discover thousands of meticulously cared for pieces, each one inspected for quality. Explore their ever-changing inventory, featuring styles from classic Victorian to sleek contemporary and charming coastal. And with their expert team often reupholstering finds, you're sure to discover unique treasures ready to make a statement in your home. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
There was a time I didn't think I'd make it out. Every day was about survival. But the day I was ready to get help for my addiction, everything changed. I found recovery. I found purpose. If you're at the edge, I've been there. And there's hope on the other side. Get help now.
Get Help Now is Pennsylvania's free 24/7 helpline for drug and alcohol recovery support. Visit pa.gov/gethelp or call 1-800-662-HELP to get started. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
What's up, world? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, chicken farmer, and now host of Free Range. This is a show where I go off the field and off the script. We're talking what's hot in music, film, trending news, and everything blowing up your feed. If you love football, you'll feel at home. But if you're here for the vibes, the internet deep dives, the conversation, this is your podcast. Join me every Wednesday. Follow and listen to Free Range with me, Von Miller, everywhere you get your podcast.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
There's so much going on today, but the economic news, I was looking at the opening bell this morning, I mean, the Dow up, doing a market check, just nice. Here's the thing I'll say about all these polls, and I talk about this all the time with the media complicit, with the media constantly focusing on down, kind of Debbie Downer news. But the only poll, if you will, that matters is actually what people are doing. And so when you look at the numbers, and I know we had mentioned this earlier, but the best Black Friday in history. I mean, these numbers don't lie. And so online shopping, I mean, I just want to hear from you. If you've gone online shop, I was talking to family and friends last night. Everybody was online, and with Cyber Monday and now Tuesday, I know it's Giving Tuesday, but Dan Borowski, are you done your shopping? Where are you?
For the holidays?
Yeah.
No, I mean, well, actually.
Well, you just had a baby.
Well, no, you say that. I just got a delivery from AADIDAS for the wife.
Okay.
Yeah, got to spell quickly there.
Okay.
Yeah, no, so I got the
Can't
two
spell.
big gifts that the wife wanted. So I did
Okay.
do some shopping, but I got to do all
Cute.
that little crap now, and you'll see me at Boscov's at least 8 times before the holiday.
Boscov's. So you
I'm
you
a
like to shop
90-year-old
local.
woman, yeah.
I love their candy
That's what I was
section.
going to say is I can't get enough of their chocolate-covered pretzels.
The Ashers, you know what I mean?
Oh, it's so good.
I know Michael and I go and check that out too. But you think about, all the great economic news. We were talking about gas prices earlier. They're low, not as low as the rest of the country here, but still hovering around 309. Pretty good. But let me know where you are with your holiday shopping and whether you're doing online or in person. But all the numbers are staggering. They expect $1 trillion. We'll hit $1 trillion, by the way, for holiday. It's going to be the first and best ever. That's the prediction. But what did we say earlier? $11.4 billion. Wow. So that to me is great news because that's tangible. That's not media or a poll or somebody trying to pontificate or predict or prognosticate. These are actual hard numbers that we have. So to me, that's a great economic indicator. So hope and pray. But I hope that's a good harbinger for things to come. Speaking of which, I haven't had a conversation with Nate Benefield for a while. So I'm really looking forward to this. Commonwealth Foundation will check in with Nate because he can really lay things out for us as far as a bunch of different policies. So I want to pick his brilliant brains. Nate Benefield, Commonwealth Foundation. He's right around the corner. Stay tuned for him. And then my better half, Larry Menti. So we'll talk to Larry Bear.
Oh, he's coming on today?
Yeah.
Yeah?
11:15-ish.
Sweet.
Right?
Can't wait to hear from him.
Mm-hmm. So we got him. We also want you to please put it on social or tag us or send us any pictures you have. If you're stuck in traffic, take a quick pic. Or if you're
Quick
out.
pick is what she said.
Quick pic.
Yes.
Of the weather, of course. And then as well, if you're out and about, and especially if there's snow in your neighborhood or whatever, we want to see the weather. Wintry weather mix. Rainy for Philadelphia right now. Snow expected in the burbs. And the further out you go, the prettier it gets. The Poconos could get up to 8 inches.
Ooh.
But Easton, we've been showing you all the little traffic cams from our friends at WFMZ, the live cams, Allentown, Bethlehem, Reading, Easton, the Poconos. Beautiful, beautiful. It looks so Christmassy and getting you in the mood. So it's Dawn Stensland Show. It's Dan Borowski, our executive producer. We'll be right back with much more. There's a lot breaking, a lot developing. We got you covered right here.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by Consumer Cellular.
You don't have to wait until January to work on your financial goals for next year. Sherry Greco-Rikis of EP Wealth in Chicago says saving money in 2026 will be a matter of set it and forget it.
Just automate it. Just have it go out of your account and go into a high interest savings. And when you have enough, you can start investing.
She says you can also work on next year's savings goals for travel or big purchases. I'm Rob Hart.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto-pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Start your collectible coin journey today with the first ever Seuss coin. Hip, hip, hooray! The Grinch is here for all to see. DrSeussCoins.com kicks off your collecting spree. Now, for the first time ever, Rare Collectibles TV has licensed Dr. Seuss's beloved creations, making them come to life on collectible, adorable coins. Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 examples have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com, DrSeussCoins.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details. You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, just in time for this wintry weather and our first nor'easter. December 1st. Hello, Pennsylvania. You're paying more for your power. As if it wasn't, the power bills keep going up and up and up. What's the source of this? I haven't checked in with Nate Benefield for a while, Commonwealth Foundation chief. But Nate, it's great to have you here. I hope you're safe and cozy and warm on this wintry day. But we wanted to check in with you as you're the policy chief there at the Commonwealth Foundation. How are you today?
I'm doing well, and staying warm despite some snow here in central Pennsylvania. But nice to have the power on.
Yes, yeah, that's true too. Because in this weather, I know that we were charging all of our backup systems and everything yesterday. But we saw this at the Utility Commission. They approved this. So for example, PECO customers, I have PECO in the Philadelphia area, that's what we have. So 6% hike, but in the Pittsburgh area, 10% hikes. And so what's going on here? What's fueling this? I mean, here we are in Pennsylvania. You think a drill, baby, drill. And, I remember President Trump saying we're sitting on basically a gold mine. So how is it that we're this energy-rich Commonwealth, and yet we're paying so much more than the rest of the nation? What's going on here? Why are the rates going up again, Nate?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of it is driven by policies that have hampered energy production and generation, including, taxes that are out there and proposed taxes. And I think talk a bit more of that. And some of the regulations that prevent new production, new facilities, and mandating for unreliable sources. So that we've really pushed away from using what we have in terms of natural gas, and Pennsylvania being one of the leading natural gas producers and having so many resources there. And the reality is Pennsylvania right now is the leading exporter of electricity, meaning that we are producing more electricity than our citizens need, but are exporting it to other states. And a lot of our neighbors have been even more draconian. So New York, New Jersey, Maryland, we are powering those states because they have really shut down a lot of their gas and natural gas capabilities of producing electricity.
And so I do want to get into, the latest budget and Reggie, as it's called. And I know we've had conversations about that before, Nate. But as far as this goes, I mean, it's ironic in a bad way that we are a producer of this of natural gas, and yet so our neighbors are buying it up, and yet we're not benefiting from that. And so what's the future look like for us? How does the latest, because I know that in late last month, I know the Commonwealth Foundation, you should always go to commonwealthfoundation.org. By the way, great commentary, some great information and articles. But one of the headlines was Pennsylvania's future looks much brighter without Reggie. So do you see a light at the end of the tunnel as far as for us here in Pennsylvania because of the latest, budget battle and where we are with, the Senate and that sort of thing as far as trying to rein in the situation with things like Reggie?
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that with this latest budget, Pennsylvania pulled out of Reggie, and for those who aren't familiar with, it basically is a tax on electricity production that would have cost, by the latest estimates, a tax of $1.6 billion, enough to raise your electric rate by 30% if that went into effect. And it was entered into by former Governor Tom Wolf, who said, I'm going to do this unilaterally without legislative approval. And Governor Shapiro coming in had backed that play. But withdrawing from that is a huge benefit, partly because Pennsylvania hadn't seen any new natural gas plants built since that was put into effect, whereas West Virginia and Ohio, our neighbors, had seen tremendous investment in those states. So by getting rid of Reggie, it allows more investment in Pennsylvania's infrastructure, especially in terms of natural gas power. I think we're going to see that. And it really is, looking at, where Pennsylvania is in terms of our cost. But compared to the other states that entered into this Reggie compact and had energy taxes, Pennsylvanians are actually saving about 20% versus what those neighbors are paying. So it would have been a huge impact had this gone into effect. And by repealing that formally and getting out of that, I think is going to help unleash our energy potential here in Pennsylvania.
And so two things. So first of all, I should have said Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, Reggie. In other words, so in this one, after all of the months of political gridlock, and I've talked a lot about this, the governor gave in basically, and that was part of this, and it was tucked inside. That compromise, the Commonwealth Foundation writes, is the most consequential energy decision that Pennsylvania has made in years. And I'll just say, kudos to people like State Senator Kim Ward and others who pushed for this, right? Deserve a lot of credit. And it's not in the headlines, wonder why, but this is huge for us here. But the real question I have for you, Nate Benefield, is, so how long? So in other words, the good news is coming, but it takes some time, right, to get this back, because we lost time with the governor wanting this and pushing for this, and Democrats. So what are we looking at for a timetable to bring down these energy prices?
Yeah, it definitely is going to take time and take a number of years, and takes to get a natural gas plant or any power plant up online, and it certainly takes a number of years. Now that was combined with, in addition to withdrawing from Reggie and blocking the energy tax, there was permitting reform included in this budget deal that I think, again, Senate Republicans pushed for. We need to have some of this to expedite this process so that it doesn't take so long for a big investment to be realized, especially in the energy sector. So we can really see, I think, in the next few years, an increase in our energy production. And we're going to have to. We've already seen investment tied to the AI boom of new plants coming online. So that is going to be a game changer. I think you're going to see it in the next 2 to 3 years of a lot of increased investment and that coming online to reduce energy prices. And really, the other side of it is to make sure that having grid reliability, so that when we have cold days and snowy weather, that your power stays on. That's really what's critical for families across Pennsylvania.
Well, and so that's just it. That, I think of Jaws. We need a bigger boat, we need a bigger grid, and we needed it yesterday because with AI, that's what we're learning. That there's going to be this burden on the grid, and so do you see with this happening? Are we going to be able to accommodate the grid with AI, with all of this, revolution, if you will, that's happening right before our eyes?
Yeah, I think we have this potential there to do it. So it's out there, and I think we are seeing that there is now more willingness to invest in nuclear power. For many decades, there hadn't been any new investment in nuclear in the entire United States, and we're seeing that, especially with some of these AI, developments producing their own power and having their own production off the grid. So we're seeing new investment there. We have so much potential with natural gas. That it really is a matter of simply getting government out of the way. The government has been such an impediment to investment in our energy infrastructure, and getting government out of the way and allowing this production to happen and expedite it without having so many permits and so much red tape will really be a game changer. And we'll see it at the family level, at the household level, but also the businesses wanting to come back to Pennsylvania where there's going to be that opportunity.
And so with this, okay, so we've mentioned these AI, these data centers, right? And so are they allowed to access public electricity, public water here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? Because then we pay for that.
Yeah, when they access it publicly, they obviously have to pay for their electricity. But now some of them are setting up and building their own kind of, and you see this with 3 Mile Island, that they are, relaunching 3 Mile Island really to help power data centers, and that had been shut down because it wasn't economical a few years ago. But now new investments coming in saying, hey, we can do this, and we don't need a taxpayer bailout. We don't need the government to subsidize it. We can actually make this viable to help power the AI data centers.
Yeah, and so that's just it. If you think about it, and that I think that's a concern that they will burden the grid. But my next question is, if they create their own grid, then, I have to ask this. If they create their own grid, is there a possibility that they have some leftovers? In other words, would that be a possibility? And if it is a possibility, then would that open up the market? In other words, I know that everybody makes us feel like it's competitive, that we can, quote unquote, shop around for electricity, but I feel like there is somewhat of a cap on that. And
yeah,
you know what I mean? And so is there a possibility that we could open up that market to try to create more competition?
Yeah, and that is, there is competition in that we have choice, and that in Pennsylvania is one of the, what called a choice state in terms of the generation, and the distribution is done separately. And it would be a thing where, and I hope this is the case, that some of these AI plants, when they build their own generation, would be able to sell some of that back to the grid, because we need both. We both need increased generation to help this AI boom and help power the data centers. But we also need it for the grid, just for families and businesses to lower those costs, and to make sure that as there's increased population, that the grid is reliable. And you've seen this in states like California and even Texas, where they've had to have blackouts. That's something we want to avoid here in Pennsylvania and in the Northeast, where it gets very cold in the winter. We don't want to have those rolling blackouts. So we need increased capacity for both the AI boom, as well as for just powering our grid, making sure there's enough available in peak demand times.
The Commonwealth Foundation, they also does a ton of research. And so a lot of it is on education, on the Pennsylvania tax credit scholarships, and a real focus on the state of education. I know there's a lot that, that's a huge topic to talk about. But when we think about, one of the headlines about low achieving schools, violence in public schools, and trying to refocus, and also breaking through the myths about charter schools, which I think get a bad rap. What do you see as far as moving forward and fixing education? Because we're looking at these test scores every time they come out. It's disturbing when we see the test scores, Nate.
Yeah, and when you see, in our public schools, 2 out of 3 students is not proficient in reading and math. That's extremely distressing, especially since we're spending in Pennsylvania around $23,000 per student now. And it's one of the highest spending states. And despite what some have said, like we've been spending more and more every single year and throwing more money into that system. Now we did have gotten some expansions of our tax credit scholarship programs in Pennsylvania to help families find better options. But there's so much more demand for that. There's waiting lists for these tax credit scholarships. There's waiting lists for charter schools in Philadelphia of students who have basically said, like, I want to sign up, I want to get into a better school. And they've said there's not capacity there, and you're going to have your future determined by a lottery. And that's unfortunate. That shouldn't be the way it is. We should have enough to empower every single student to find the best school and best educational option for them.
And one of the things, and I remember discussing this with my friend Beth Ann Rossica from talking about education. But one thing that that's not reported a lot, and I believe the Commonwealth Foundation, you've exposed this as well, is that somebody in, let's say, a school district where they're not being served, their child is not being served, whether there's violence in the school or they don't have enough math teachers, they're actually allowed to go to the next nearest district. And we don't need a new law for this. You're actually allowed as a parent, right, to go to the next available district and to say, no, my child needs to go to this district because they'll be better served. A lot of people don't realize that. That's already written in.
Yeah, but there are a number of restrictions to that. And I also point out, Dawn, there's a federal law that says students who are in what's called a persistently dangerous school have to be given an extra option. And the Trump administration recently sent a letter to states saying you need to enforce this. And we looked into this and asked Pennsylvania Department of Education, how many persistently dangerous schools are there in Pennsylvania? And they came back and said 0. We have no list of dangerous schools. And it clearly was, kind of covering up, because they define it as it's only dangerous if the student is arrested. If there's assault, a crime committed, fights, that's not dangerous unless there is an arrest. A lot of the schools are basically saying don't press charges, don't arrest them because that will make us look bad. But it's keeping a lot of kids trapped in very violent and unsafe schools. When
you look at Pennsylvania, the recent budget battle, which again did not get a ton of play, wonder why. Another year where Governor Josh Shapiro, they went on and on and on, and we finally get the budget. But when you look at this, do you feel that this was a win for Governor Josh Shapiro as far as this lengthy budget battle?
Absolutely not. I think, the governor, one, he looks bad, for a guy who says he, GSD, gets stuff done, going 4 months without getting a state budget passed, shows his kind of lack of leadership. And in terms of the things that he was pushing for, he got a spending increase, certainly, but much less than he was asking for and demanding. And then, had to cave on a lot of, and give a lot of demands. I think good policy for Pennsylvanians in terms of getting out of the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, expanding permitting reform, doing some things for reducing Medicaid costs in the budget and accountability measures. So giving up on some of those things. So I don't think it's a win for Shapiro, but I think there are a lot of good things in there for taxpayers because Governor Shapiro didn't get all the big spending, all the taxes that he wanted to have.
Yeah, and just some of the key points. I know you've written about this. The budget does increase the state funding, yes, but he wanted more. So there's that. A key point that I had talked to Senator Kim Ward about was preserving that rainy day fund.
Yeah.
And so that was something that, I think Republicans were very concerned about. And you think that's a win for the taxpayers and for Pennsylvanians?
Yeah. And the rainy day fund is dedicated for, this is to have in case of emergency and in case of recession. When there's a recession, we have this rainy day fund that we can can use. But the governor wanted to use it now. Wanted to drain almost 1.6 billion out of that to fund new projects and programs. And Senator Liggins fought to preserve that because it's something we've built up in the last few years. And the credit agencies have said, hey, you can borrow money for less now because you have built up these reserves. It's good. We're in a much better fiscal situation. But you'll get a credit downgrade if you drain that. And it would put us at risk for future tax increases by draining that. So by protecting that, it really is good for taxpayers that we aren't on the hook and aren't going to be facing a tax hike next year. Now, there still is a threat of that in a couple of years if we don't get the spending under control, but it really does protect us for at least another year.
And I know, we've talked about this, but it expands as you said, the permitting process for the reforms, adding transparency, includes the cuts for public cyber charter schools, expands the EITC, which I've talked a ton about. But as far as RGGI and withdrawing from that, then blocking the new energy taxes, what's the timeline to fully withdraw from RGGI? And what's that timeline look like?
Yeah, the timeline is immediate and has already been, we weren't actually formally in it because the court had ruled like, hey, this is an unconstitutional tax. The governor can't do a tax unilaterally. Governor Shapiro had appealed. They've already filed to say, hey, all right, might as well withdraw this lawsuit because the new law says that it's all the regulations are repealed. So they've basically put in the motion to dismiss that lawsuit, and so we will not be entering into RGGI, and I think that threat is off the table now. It's basically an immediate impact.
So I know that you have this press call tomorrow or this news conference with the Commonwealth Foundation. It's tomorrow, December 3rd, and talking about what the RGGI, what all of this really means for Pennsylvania. So I want to put that out there. But can you give us a sneak peek as far as why the Commonwealth Foundation is so excited about this latest budget? And again, Nate, you and I are talking about it. Maybe this is not a sexy topic to talk about, even though it impacts everybody in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It affects every one of us, businesses, schools, everybody. So can you give us a sneak peek as far as why the Commonwealth Foundation wants to hold this media news conference and get the word out there as to what this really means for the Commonwealth, for everyone here?
Yeah, and I think it is. You're right. It's not a topic that is that sexy, because you use this term like RGGI, people don't understand it. But understanding that this was a threat of a massive tax on every energy producer, every electric producer in Pennsylvania, getting rid of that threat. Now, one is going to prevent a massive increase in your electric bill, but it's also going to say that the Pennsylvania is open for business, open for investment. Will result, I think, in some immediate investment in our state. New projects coming online in the next few years. This is a tremendous game changer, and really is setting up Pennsylvania. Like we've said that Pennsylvania can power the Northeast, can empower America, and even deliver, I think, national security by making us energy independent. By withdrawing from RGGI and preventing that energy tax, really sets us up to do that.
Well, Nate Benefield, and we'll be talking about this more tomorrow, but thank you so much, Commonwealth Foundation. You're the policy genius behind it, and we just appreciate you so much. Thanks, Nate. Be safe.
Thanks for having me on.
Thank you. Be safe in the nasty nor'easter. First storm, perfect time, right, to talk about energy. And like he said, I hope you don't lose power today, and unfortunately, all of our power bills are going up today, but this really prevents that energy tax that would have really hiked all of our electricity prices by about 30%, as Nate said. So appreciate him for sure. All right. We need to take a quick break. We'll update you. There's so much Trump news today, so we'll go through that a bit. My better half, Lair Bear. Speaking of which, we do have a bear story that we have to get to.
Oh.
So we'll have that bear.
It's electric. Boogie woogie. It's a little tease there.
Yeah, little tease. All this and more. Stay right there.
This holiday, Give the gift of protecting yourself and your family. Go visit my friends at Bob's Little Sports Shop. It's Rich Zioli. I love Bob's. Full service, family owned for 60 years. Their commitment to helping citizens like you and me become safe, responsible gun owners. Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range safety officers. They're going to train you on how to safely operate a firearm and help you find the best one for you. They currently have a December special. For every $100 gift card purchase, get an additional $10 in Bob's Bucks to use for all of 2026. Now, for you last-minute shoppers out there, and I am one, they are open Christmas Eve, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Just visit bobslittlesportshop.com. Bob's Little Sports Shop, Delsey Drive in Glassboro. They stand for freedom. They stand for liberty. They stand for the Second Amendment. And they are my go-to place for all things firearm. Great people dedicated to helping you have an incredible experience. Bob's Little Sports Shop. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Gold is now around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They're paying top dollar all week, Monday through Friday at TMT Casper Gold in Cherry Hill. Go to tmtcaspergold.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, it's Saint Nick. I mean Nick Kale. It's almost time. Did you put it off again this year? If you're feeling squeezed with that holiday shopping list, Wawa's got you covered with gifts that don't need any wrapping. I'm talking about gift cards for the Wawa fans in your life and for the fans of top brands like Visa, Sephora, and more. Gift cards make a perfect gift for teachers, co-workers, your mailman, and at that holiday party you just remembered. For holiday shopping made easy, stop at Wawa, your one-stop gift card shop. See store for details. Gotta have a Wawa.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We're having a dance party because it's like a snow day. By the way, you know how Dom always does this like national so-and-so day? It's National Skip School today.
Ooh.
So I think the kids are getting cheated a little bit because of it's a snow day. You know what I mean? So they don't even have to skip.
Yeah, but I feel like it's kind of like a, hey,
cool.
y'all can skip.
Yeah.
Feel free. Go ahead.
Go ahead,
a snow
skip.
day. Yeah.
It's a snow day. Woohoo. Party.
Are you dancing? YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. I'm not.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, I just said I like the electric boogie we were playing. I like the feel of the 70s, so let's make it feel like we're at a wedding today, Dawn. How about that?
I love it. I love it. Let me do a little news headline-ish because we do have, this is a local story. University of Delaware, a student was arrested with a gun. And this is one of those situations where, thank God, they've prevented a situation. So officials identifying this individual, an undergraduate student, U of D, had a gun, according to the authorities, had the ammo, had an armored ballistic plate, detailed plans for an attack on police at the university in his vehicle. And this, according to the authorities, they say he was arrested during a traffic stop. Thank God he was arrested, according to the authorities. So the student is identified as Luqman Khan, Khan, Luqman
Khan
of Wilmington.
An Luqman.
Yes.
I've never seen that before.
So
it's a new one for me.
Luqman. So, Wilmington, Delaware, undergrad student, and 25 years old, Wilmington, Delaware, arrested and charged with possessing a machine gun following this traffic stop.
What? A machine gun?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, really?
Yeah.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see a picture of Luqman Khan. He's up there now, though.
There he is.
Yeah.
So they never tell us, and I'll just have to say this, the question often we ask, given the current state of things, they never give us the citizenship. I've talked to State Senator Kim Ward. I'm bringing her up a lot today for some reason, but I've asked a lot of people, is it a law that law enforcement should have to reveal the citizenship of an individual? I feel that would be relevant given this day and age. I feel that this should be, and maybe it should be a federal law, right? Maybe it should be a federal law that when somebody is charged with a crime that is, let's say, something that is a crime of an allegation of violence or of community relevance, that law enforcement should be required to give the citizenship status.
Why? Yeah, why wouldn't they? I mean,
they should, but they don't.
No.
They're not required. And in many cases, in so-called sanctuary areas, law enforcement is not even allowed to give such citizenship status. They're not allowed. They get in trouble. And so in this one, I'm just asking for a friend. Do we know the citizenship status? I don't know the status of this individual, but heavily armed individual discovered with a loaded a Glock, 27 rounds of ammo, additional fully loaded 27 round magazines, et cetera, et cetera. So, they're saying that this guy was locked and loaded essentially with handwritten details of additional weapons and ammo and how they could be used in an attack. Police also say that the notebook included info on how somebody could hide from law enforcement following an attack. So good job to local police here as this individual is now being ID'd as far as plotting a very disturbing attack, this according to the authorities. So kudos to local law enforcement because they're what they're detailing here. We're getting more. We learn more when these things go to court and somebody's arraigned, that sort of thing. But they got this guy during a traffic stop. And so we'll be learning more details on this.
Did you say UD? They did say in a statement that Khan is enrolled as an undergraduate student.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what they're saying.
Been separated from the university. And on YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT, please like, subscribe, click the bell. Yes. I'm showing the images of the weapons there.
Yeah. So you can see it there. I mean, this guy was, they say, had like a machine gun, had an arsenal basically. And they say that he planned the attack at the university. And so it was a planned attack on the school. And so nothing happened. Nobody's hurt. Thank God. Good job to law enforcement for saving lives and preventing, any kind of violence or anything of that nature. But we'll continue to follow this one, but it's disturbing when you think about this. So this guy's arrested and charged with illegally possessing, the machine gun. And now what officials are saying, more charges are expected to follow, the investigation ongoing. So a very frightening situation of what could have been, but thank God, law enforcement, kudos to you. And that's just it. We don't highlight these enough, and that's why I really wanted to lead with it, to say that, for these situations, this could have been a tragedy that we're reporting in breaking news. And so I want to know more information. I want to follow through on this and find out more about this individual who's alleged. We have to say alleged because in this country, whether you're a citizen or not a citizen, no matter what your citizenship status, okay, you're going to get due process because that's America. That's what we believe in, due process, right? And so that has nothing to do with it. But I'm saying citizenship status is relevant. So I do want to know that. And I think it should be a law. Should it be a federal law? Should it have to go by states? I think it should be federal, quite frankly. And I think Congress needs to put this forward and say, no, we need to know. And I'm not talking about a shoplifter. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about anything that involves some level or threat of violence to the community. Okay? So you let me know if you think that's a bad idea to make that a federal law, that everybody should have to put the citizenship status of anybody who's accused, not convicted, accused of something that would involve violence. So let me know. 855-839-1210.
Hey, we're on the topic concerning things.
Yes.
Can we revisit your 6 o'clock newscast?
Yes, sir.
Something you brought up that is absolutely petrifying to me because, believe it or not, this is homeland for Dano. This is where my wife goes. And so what I'm talking about is at 6 o'clock a.m., Dawn Stensland told us about a new trend in South Jersey called jugging. It's a southern trend, and what they do is they come up, they'll rent a car, criminals from the South, a guy from Houston did it. Or steal a car. They'll camp out outside a local bank, wait for someone that looks like they could be an easy victim to make what looks to be a large withdrawal. They'll follow them in the stolen car and then wait for them to get out of the car in hopes that they leave the money in the car, break into the car, and steal the merchandise. 6ABC put together a great package on this. Can I play a little bit of that?
Yeah.
Here you go.
Woodbury police say this victim in the white car pulls over and parks on Hopkins Street. They say the suspects are in the gray car that pulls up behind the victim and then parks after the victim leaves the car, going into a restaurant. A few minutes later, someone gets out of the gray car and heads back to the white car.
They
reported that their window was broken out and several $1,000s was taken out of their car.
Police say that victim had just gone to the TD Bank in Mantua on October 5th and made a stop here next. Police caught up with the suspect, 24-year-old Reginald Chapman of Houston, in Oklahoma City, where he remains in custody.
Down in Houston, it is something that occurs weekly, and pretty quickly became familiar with the term.
Police say Chapman has done this before. This is video from police in Arizona, where Chapman and an alleged accomplice were charged with a similar crime in 2024. Police say he stole $50,000 from a man who said he had just received a large settlement from a law firm.
We got in the car and we started chasing this guy.
The victim chased the suspects, and eventually police caught up with them after a collision and a foot chase. Woodbury police say given that they're starting to see this kind of activity here, they want people to keep an eye out.
Make sure you're paying attention. Do not be on your phone, and just be aware of your surroundings.
So now I'm petrified of my wife, who's recovering from a C-section, if she were to go withdraw money from an ATM at one of our local banks.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that first of all, I'm a Wells Fargo customer, and they've closed up so much of the ATMs because in Philadelphia,
the explosion.
They not only will just target, the person who just got the cash out, but in Philadelphia, what the heck? They just rip out the whole machine. You know what I mean?
Tie some C4 to it and explode it.
Yeah, just like, so there's that. So there are less and less ATMs, but I personally, I never have cash anymore, but you can get cash back like at the grocery store. So I generally will just do that. I don't even go to a bank or an ATM anymore. Do you guys? Is that
you just send Larry instead?
He does, yeah. Or send my husband.
Yeah, Larry's the one who's
Larry
going. Larry, I'm not even going to screen you. I'm just going to bring you in. How you doing, sir?
Hi, honey.
Okay. you're going to assume that this is the right Larry.
Luckily, caller ID is
any guy named Larry.
So.
Yeah. Anybody could have called. Just some random
Hey,
guy.
before we go to Larry, and just while we have, we're talking about families and stuff, and I'm concerned for my, wife now. But Joe from Columbus just put in the YouTube chat, and we love our listeners.
Yeah.
Says, I need some prayer warriors. His mom was just taken to the hospital with low oxygen. Anything would be appreciated for Joe in Columbus right now.
Oh, my goodness. Thanks for letting us know, and I hope she's okay, and we're saying a prayer for her. So sorry, Joe. We love Joe. So how you doing, Larry Bear? How are the roads?
They're wet. It's raining. It's not heavy rain, but when you drive in it, it becomes heavy rain. So, yeah, I appreciate the time to pull over and talk to you.
Good. Yeah, you got to
be. By the way, happy belated birthday to Dan.
Hey, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Yeah, it was a very nice 5-year-old's birthday party that I attended to celebrate. A Pokemon-themed birthday. Yeah, it's awesome being a father, being a parent. Yeah. No more going out and having drinks Saturday night, even though it's a Saturday night. Yeah, no, none of that. Larry, I'm sorry, I didn't screen you. I want to ask you on air. You said you need to pull over. Is this something we might want to go to break so you can do and we can bump back, or are you good to roll and we can take it till about bottom of the hour? What do you think?
Oh, no, I'm fine. I'm at a rest stop, but my problem is I accidentally went in the truck entrance, and now I have nowhere to park. Unless I want to get some bad looks from these big truckers, because their spots are like 7 times greater than our spots.
Yes.
Us the peons, we have to park in the regular spots. They get these grand luxury spots.
You would think you get a grand luxury spot being at the Larry Menti rest stop up there in North Jersey.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm driving around here, and I'm afraid they're going to think I'm trying to pick somebody up. I'm trying,
Hey, Larry Bear, want to date?
In a car, yeah, exactly. When somebody's driving around in a car at the truck stop like I am, it usually means I'm looking for some action. So I got to pull over here.
This is hysterical. Well, you know what? Should we take a break then and let you get
You're
safe?
the hostess with the mostest.
With the mostest. Let's let you do that. Let's. Why don't you find? We'll get Larry safe.
Cool.
And we do have another bear, a real bear, because I call him Larry Bear. And if you see him out, make sure you go, "Hey, Larry Bear." Hee hee.
No, don't. God, please stop that. Please stop that.
I love it.
Man.
It makes me so happy.
He's walking down Broad Street. Hey, Lair Bear.
All the wrong people call me Lair Bear.
It's so funny.
One of these truckers will now, too.
Hey, Lair Bear. Like, you get the low voice. Big dude. Big 6'6".
Hey, Lair Bear, how you doing?
Looking kind of good.
Exactly. That's what happens. Construction workers at Wawa, they say it in front of a group of people. Hey, Lair Bear.
I love it. It's the best.
No, I don't.
Absolutely
I
the
don't.
best. Makes me happy. All right, honey, you got to be safe. So let's take a quick break. We do have another bear, and we'll show that around the corner as well because this is adorable. You're going to love it. We have a lot of breaking news, so we'll talk about all things Trump, Lair Bear, local, pricing.
We'll find out who ends up in his car after the break.
Yeah, the big, friendly, hairy trucker. All right, we'll take a quick... Be right back.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with exciting news. Bentz Dental Group now has 2 board-certified prosthodontists. Dr. Bentz's daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, successfully completed her board certification. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care or perhaps a second opinion, I encourage you to do what I did. Call my friends at Bentz Dental Group 610-272-6949 or visit their website at bentzdentalgroup.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. And I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
I don't know what it is about today. It's just like we're like a little spunky because of the weird weather. The first nor'easter as we celebrate that.
I mean, snow days were always fun growing up. They're always like, I don't know, warm and funny and
inside,
fuzzy, and you're together. And
I know. I just want to. I almost want to. I wish the roads were better because when I look at the video from our friends at WFMZ, and you look at their great cameras in Bethlehem, and I mean, it just looks beautiful. It's snowing. The Poconos, gorgeous. It just makes me want to. I wish we had the snow. I'm bummed out. We just get rain.
Don't jinx us, please. We don't need snow.
I know, but I want the snow. Larry, do you want the snow? I want the snow.
Yeah, I want to get out of this truck. Hold on 1 second.
Okay, what? Uh-oh.
Hold on. I'm sorry. No, no. I'm just parked here. No, sorry. No idea who Ride Along Sally is. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, she might be. I don't know. I really don't know. Look, I'm on the radio. Okay? Thanks. Jeez, man. I'm in a bad spot.
Better lock your doors, honey. Hey, you got purty lips.
So he's at the Howard Stern rest stop then. Is what he's at. Gotcha.
Where you interned, right? You interned with Howard.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Not you, Larry. Dan.
Maybe Larry did too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, maybe you did. No.
Yeah. No, I did. It was fun. It was fun. It was past the time of the porn star Howard Stern and more into the world of America's Got Talent, and when he's trying to refresh his image as the greatest interviewer of all time. So I didn't get to experience a lot of the LA.
Oh, that must have sucked for you.
I did experience George Takei though, and that was a very interesting experience because if you listen to Stern and you know George Takei's appearances, they get kind of feisty from time to time.
Yeah, what a voice.
Yes. Hello. Yeah. Sorry, kind of just.
So what's going on? What did you focus today on your show?
Oh my God, we were all over the place. We had so many things. There's so many things going on. Of course, the Venezuelan airstrikes, and the Venezuelan airstrikes. It cracks me up so much. I mean, it's horrible that it happened. It's horrible when anybody dies. You shouldn't be running drugs. That's what happens. It's a dangerous business. But what gets me is the reaction of the Democrats. It is amazing to me that they have such short memories that they are upset about strikes on these poor people who were running drugs in the Caribbean, and they forget that Barack Obama hit 500 sites, killed over 2,000 people, including 4 Americans, and they were silent during the whole time. That was fine with them. There was no due process for the Americans. You're not supposed to get executed without due process, but that didn't matter to them. That was fine with them. But now they're outraged.
Yes.
Now they're upset. Now this is a war crime. That wasn't a war crime, by the way. This is a war crime. It is laughable.
And, it was when Barack Obama committed all those drone strikes, it was in international waters.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. It was in 5 countries, sovereign countries it was in. I'm glad you brought that up. I mean, I don't care if it's Somalia. It's still, they have borders, and there's still some sovereignty. It's incredible to me that, and Barack Obama, by the way, you got to give him some credit. He was, I won't say the word, but he was a bad A. He was, man, was he bad. I mean, he deported way more people. Donald Trump is jealous of the number of people that Barack Obama deported. But it was okay back then because it was Barack Obama, and he had a nice smile, and he spoke well. So, yes, that was fine back then. He got away with so much, and the Democrats are such hypocrites now to attack Donald Trump for the same thing that they sat silent on when Barack Obama was doing it. Worse, he was doing it on steroids. Again, it's important to point out he killed 4 Americans in those drone strikes, and nothing. The only guy that got upset about it, by the way, was Rand Paul. God bless him.
He's consistent. But
he is.
We have to point out that the Republicans kind of went, it's kind of bad, eh? Like, you didn't hear Republicans, with the exception of Rand Paul, ever talk about it either.
Right. Well, right now, the Republicans are kind of in a wait and see. They really are. I mean, I don't think it's going to have unanimous support from the Republicans, depending on what comes out. If it was truly Admiral Bradley, and he was the only one that made that decision, then I think the Republicans may call for him to be at least disciplined. But if it turns out to be the Secretary of War, or if it turns out, God forbid, to be Donald Trump, then it's going to get really interesting, because I'm not sure the Republicans will be as mute as the Democrats were.
Yeah, I think it's pretty. I don't think the Admiral went. I don't think he went rogue. I think it's pretty obvious that they followed the chain of command, and they've said that, right? That Hegseth gave the order.
Well, no, Hegseth didn't say, shoot some people out of the water, even if there's people hanging to the side of the boats. And by the way, we don't really even know if people were hanging to the side of the boats. But shoot a second time if the ship is only damaged. And by the way, that is, it's like Navy protocol. You don't just hit a ship if it's an enemy ship, especially if it has weapons or it has drugs. You hit it again to sink it. But I don't think that Hegseth said that. He gave him the ball. He said, yes, you can do this. Go, make sure you take them out. We have to find out if he specifically gave a go-ahead on that boat. And I don't think that's been determined yet.
And so the other stories of the day, another one is Miranda Devine writing about Kash Patel. And her sources saying, in fact, and she's somebody who is, I think Republicans and conservatives like her. I think she's fair. Yeah. But in this one, her sources are saying that, that inside the FBI, there is a lot of criticism for Kash Patel. And that Kash Patel needs to not focus so much on social media. And I wondered if that was something that you have talked about, the criticism about Kash as the head of the FBI.
Yeah, I didn't too much today. I heard the story. I didn't too much today. There was just so many other things, both local up in New York and in New Jersey. They have a mayor's race right now in Jersey City, and Jim McGreevy's trying to make a comeback. He's in a runoff election. So we have that, and we had a lot of stuff going on in the city with Bernie Sanders in town, who now is Zoran Mamdani's uncle. They're always together, and they were walking a picket line together, so that happened. But I'm always sensitive when it's a leaked story. I love Miranda Devine. I think she's really good. I'm sure she double-checked on her sources. But is it really a story that the FBI is upset with the head of the FBI because he's on social media too much? Have you seen any dereliction of duty? I think that they've been making a lot more busts under Kash Patel than they had at any time during Joe Biden. I would venture to say he's made more bust in this short amount of time than the Joe Biden and then that administration did under Merrick Garland, probably for the 2 years before that.
Yeah.
So I am really wary. I'm getting sick of all of these sources. If you have the guts to go out and out somebody, do me a favor and just either put your name to it or shut up, because I get it if it's a big deal. I get it if it's horrible. But I this little nitpicky stuff about, boy, they don't like that he spends so much time on social media, I don't care. I really don't care that he spends a lot of time on social media if he does the job. And I think he's been doing a tremendous job.
Well, I do too. And I think he likes big busts, and I think that's good for America. Cash
Yeah, I do
Patel,
too.
You know, the key details. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. The key detail. Larry knows all. Dan, Larry knows all of my stupid questions that I've ever asked.
I love it. Just slides off his back.
I know, and I'm like. The things that I've asked law enforcement during live shots, you know, where I was reporting over the years, and I go, so how big of a bust was it, or you know what I mean? And they're like trying not to laugh, how
would you grade that bust? A double D?
But I all these went right over my head. It was like, officer, but it's embarrassing. But I always made the Christmas reel. Miranda Devine, this is the key, as she was reporting on this, a damning assessment by as many as 24 active duty and retired FBI agents saying that the FBI was rudderless, his leadership style, and calling Bongino, by the way, Dan Bongino, who I think is a great guy, calling him a clown. The raid jacket incident, that was another one in Utah after our American icon and beloved Charlie Kirk's assassination, who was, by the way, a friend of Cash Patel. Apparently that he didn't have like a proper uniform or FBI raid jacket, and they claim that he threw a tantrum demanding.
Oh my God.
I know, this is sick. And
seriously,
I hate that.
Why are we giving this any oxygen?
Yeah, she got played. I hate to say it, Larry, but she got played. And so,
that's just such a non-story. It really is. It is only because it was leaked to her and she felt like she had an exclusive. Mm-hmm. But an exclusive what? It's like the woman from the New York Times that had the big exclusive about how Donald Trump is now tired all the time and it's wearing on him and he's showing his age. That was another one, just some source. Yeah. By the way, she's the same woman that defended Joe Biden, and she is the same woman that said he was fine. On the same day, as they pointed out in the news conference yesterday, on the same day that he tripped up the stairs, not down the stairs, up the stairs, she wrote an article about how nobody in the White House can keep up with him. Well, nobody wants to keep up with him. He keeps falling down.
Yeah.
I mean, these sources are un-American, and the leaks are un-American, and the leaks are just people on the other side of the aisle who are upset that their guy didn't win. Mm-hmm. And, both sides do it, and you're going to get leaks all the time because when one team wins, they get to put their own team members in, and then a lot of other people get upset. And what do they do when they're upset? They leak to the media. Yeah. And we get these stories all the time, and I'm really sick of them. Yeah. I'm to the point where I don't want to cover any stories based on leaks unless it's Watergate, unless it's something big. But this little stuff like, he's spending too much time on social media, he's not paying attention to his job. Oh, stop. You can be any whiny lady in the back of a business sitting in front of your computer writing. And I don't mean to be sexist by saying a lady. You can be an old man,
lady
too.
Or guy.
I had that image in my mind, that's all.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with you. And part of this is that, Cash Patel, remember he was here in Philadelphia just a few weeks ago, and he stood at a podium and praised our police commissioner, Bethel, and local and state level and county level law enforcement. And he was very humble during that news conference here in Philadelphia where they took out an entire drug operation, an entire gang or organized crime, whatever you want to call it. But he said, look, I personally had, he was just there to give everybody praise while they took a victory lap. And he stated that very humbly. And I thought the opposite of what's being portrayed here. But I think part of this, Larry, is that Cash Patel is revamping the FBI. And so doing this regional thing where he took about at least 1,000 guys who were in D.C. and he's saying, no, you're going to go out and support these local or regional operations, and we're going to disperse. So it's a decentralization of the FBI and allowing local communities and regional communities to tap into federal law enforcement especially post defund the police. So think about how much sense that makes.
Yeah, I get it. And everybody understands this. Everybody can relate to this that's worked anywhere. When a new boss comes in, he shakes things up. You may not like the way it's shaken up, but he's going to shake things up, and he's going to bring in his own people, and he's going to put them in charge. They're going to be his underlings. They're going to be his lieutenants. And, of course, all the people that are already there hate it. Every news department we've worked in, that's happened.
Yes.
And there's always the discontent. And the FBI is no different.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have the discontent. And what do? They call the media because they're slime buckets.
Yeah.
I hate that so much. It is such a weak thing to do, to go tell on somebody because you don't like your standing in the company. You don't like your standing in the outfit. So you're going to go tell on the guy that took over, and that'll get him.
Yeah.
What a slime.
It is slimy. And you know what the tell in all of this is that they were like catty in that crazy report that I don't even believe. But how about the fact that they say he threw a tantrum when he was in Utah because he didn't have a jacket that fit him, and he had to demand a lady agent's FBI, whatever uniform, like field jacket. That is the tell to me. It's catty. It's saying you're not a big guy. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, Dawn, I seriously could care less about this story. I mean, who cares? Who really cares? So he threw a fit and he wanted a jacket. I don't know. I've probably thrown a fit and wanted a jacket before, but does that make me a bad person? Does that mean that I can't run an organization? Does that make me a bad law enforcement agent? Well, yes, I've never been a good law enforcement agent, but yes, for the example of him, that's ridiculous. It doesn't mean anything. None of those things mean anything. It's, can he do his job? Has he done his job? And he has. Yeah. That's it. That's all I care about. And I don't care about this petty stuff. And frankly, I'm really surprised at Miranda Devine. We have her on at the station all the time, and I'm really shocked at that.
Well, here's what I would say about it. I think it's good that she's reporting on this, and I'm sure they're saying it. But I hope that now that she reported this, I hope it's a 1-2 punch. I hope she comes back and does another article and says, okay, I posted what these sources said, but I've also gone back to them and I'm asking them, about the fact, are they unhappy about the fact that, not for nothing, but he's revamping the FBI and they need a revamping. They need to gain the trust of all the American people. Right? I mean, they've
can't go back
rap.
to these weasels. You can't go back to these weasels. These weasels are discontent no matter what. Yeah. These weasels don't really care if the FBI is doing well. They want to do well. Their position is not what they want it to be. So they're yelling and they're squealing and they're running to Mama, who in this case is Miranda Devine, saying, he's not sharing with me. It is so babyish. It is so childish. And I'm going to say it again. I really wish we weren't giving this any oxygen because they should be condemned. Yeah. Well, maybe that's the reason we give it oxygen, so we can condemn them.
Yeah. Yeah. And I do. I think that you're exactly right. They're a bunch of schmucks, just like the former head of the FBI. There's no comparison. James Comey, who I have to say allegedly, although he did admit that he was leaking stuff through Professor Buddy, but Russia.
Well, he had to at that point. Yeah, when he was talking to Susan Collins. Susan Collins was good in talking in grilling him, and he had to admit at that point because it really was proven it was out. And,
it was.
But he is such a weasel. I think he's going to skate on this. I think he's going to skate on this.
I guess for me, he's fully exposed. And I know Tulsi Gabbard has given, and she's given more reports on that. But okay, I got to talk about next spring really quick here. Are you fired up? Are you excited for Portugal, Spain? Have you ever been?
No, I have never been there. Never been. I am. Anywhere I go that's new that I've never been into before, with the exception of maybe Ethiopia or Afghanistan. No, I'd be excited. Yes, this is wonderful.
And the fact that you're going away with me.
Yeah, did I forget to say that?
Dan, he didn't say that. You didn't say that. So there's that. So are you ready?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm the most excited about.
Stunningly beautiful Portugal. So this is conservativetours.com, what the Roman Empire called Finisterre, end of the earth. Finisterre rhymes with Lair Bear, and Lair Bear and I, and so many of you have already signed up. And I mean, I'm so excited. Conservative Tours, they've designed this, and Ken Chase and the team, Romina, wakey, they have outdone themselves designing this just for you, our listeners at 1210, the dining at the wineries, rivaling the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort for the entire event, along with 4-star accommodations. 5738, yes, that includes your airfare from Philadelphia, the Bellum Tower, Geronimo's Monastery, the fun of just strolling Alfama's cobblestone passages, just brimming with scrumptious, fresh seafood restaurants. I can't wait. Abidos, Fatima, of course, the elegance of Coimbra. You got to call. It's filling up fast. 888-733-9494, or just go to conservativetours.com. Scroll down. You'll see the full itinerary. I can't wait. Portugal is not just the playground of the world's jet set. It's the land of Vasco da Gama, Magellan, and we're going to learn how this sea-facing land became a world power in the first place. The beauty of Sintra, Cabo de Roca. I could go on and on and on. Also, remember, we're going to discover Portugal's answer to Tuscany. This is the Douro Valley. Santiago, I'm not done. I mean, this is incredible. Santiago de Compostela in Spain draws pilgrims in a passionate way, and we're going to learn why together. Join us for all the history, the camaraderie, and the true friendship that we share, the cuisine. And our friends, Larry, by the way, George and Teresa, they're going now. She just told me this.
Nice.
We're texting back and forth. I mean, we're just so excited. Jim and Kate. I mean, did Denise is like, you gotta really lobby Robert. Robert, Denise and Robert.
Yeah, of course.
David
Everybody knows Denise. Everybody on the trip knows Denise.
Who Denise, by the way, our David does the best imitation of Robert, like who's like the best husband ever, but like they're so like we're all friends. It's so awesome. We're gonna right, they're adorable. You got to do this, conservativetours.com, because it happens every year. Somebody texts me and they're like, Dawn, we had this and that and the other, and then we signed up late, and now Ken Chase is telling us it's full. And then I got to call Ken, like, Ken, you got it. And he's like, and then it's a thing. So don't put it off. Sir, am I right, Larry? Like, you got to do this.
No, what's amazing is how Philadelphia responds to this, and the fact that the last 2 times you've broken records with the amount of people that have gone, and that's you should feel proud of that. Shows you the people in Philadelphia feel proud of that. It's a great trip, and I love how they form a community.
Yeah.
These are people that sometimes never knew each other, but they are welcomed in, and they become part of a community and make friends for life.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like, I think they're going to like Dom like at our different events, but I know Dom has a event next Tuesday night, and so people are like, "Hey, before these events, let's all get together for dinner." And you're right, like Sue and Tom, we've formed a community, and it's just so cool. For me, Larry, I'll be honest, I am more excited about this than Christmas. This is what I look forward to. I'm going to get all choked up, but I just look forward, because it is like friends. Like you and I never do date nights. We should, but we work so hard, and it's the highlight of my year.
Yeah, I can see why. Yeah, we're constantly moving. We don't see each other that much during the day.
Maybe that's the answer to good marriage. Or too much. No, I'm teasing.
That's how we last, yeah.
But seriously, you got to do it. Conservativetours.com. If you're thinking about it, just at least reach out to Ken, conservativetours.com. Can't rave enough about it. Blair Bear, thank you. Drive home safely, honey bunny, especially in this weather. And we will be right back.
Oh, you know what?
What?
I'm at a rest stop right now, so I'm going to go into Shake Shack and get a avocado bacon burger.
Ooh. Don't bring one home for me because I'm trying to diet.
Oh, no, they're healthy. They have avocado in them.
Yeah, they'll be brown by the time you get to it. They're done.
conservativetours.com. We'll be right back.
Periods of rain will continue heavy at times through the afternoon with a high temperature up around 40 degrees. Drier weather returns tonight, clearing skies with a low 31 for the city, colder out in the suburbs. A chilly day on Wednesday with a mix of sun and clouds with a high 42.
Start your collectible coin journey today with the first ever Seuss coin. Hip, hip, hooray! The Grinch is here for all to see. DrSeussCoins.com kicks off your collecting spree. Now, for the first time ever, Rare Collectibles TV has licensed Dr. Seuss's beloved creations, making them come to life on collectible, adorable coins. Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 examples have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com, DrSeussCoins.com.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Nick, what are you doing?
Well, Adam, Thanksgiving is over, so it's officially time for the holidays.
And it's time for our Legacy Box Cyber Monday sale. Legacy Box is the most meaningful gift you can give this holiday season. It's simple, safe, and has been trusted by millions.
That's right. It's our best sale of the year. Right now, when you go to LegacyBox.com, you can save an unreal 65% on your Legacy Box.
And for a limited time, you can preserve your tapes, film reels, and photos for as low as $27, saving you hundreds.
Hurry, our best sale of the year won't last long. Visit LegacyBox.com for an unreal 65% off during our Cyber Week sale. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Shop our Cyber Week sale now at LegacyBox.com/value to take 65% off. Buy your Legacy Box today and send in when you're ready. LegacyBox.com/value.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life.
life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
This December, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can get 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, this sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Visit windownation.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Sad news as we think about every year, families behind the badge. And of course, we all here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT are so sad to hear that Highway Patrol Officer Andy Chan has passed away. We have the official confirmation from the Philadelphia FOP Lodge 5. Our prayers are with you. We've gotten to know, of course, his beautiful family. And Andy died a hero. There's no question of that. But a Philadelphia police officer who was struck by a vehicle 6 years ago, almost to the day. It was, I believe, January 2nd that he was struck 6 years ago. And so our prayers are with you, and we'll be raising money once again this year, very soon, within the next couple of weeks, for our families behind the badge. But Andy Chan, our great highway patrol officer, we have word now that he has died. Our prayers are with you, to his beautiful family. And I know Dom Giordano joins me in this, and Greg Stocker, Nick Cale, Rich Zioli, all of us. And in fact, he had been in studio, I think, with Zioli at some point when Zioli was on afternoons, and probably with Dom as well. But we've been just thinking about his family and the law enforcement family at large, as this is a real hero among us who died in the line of duty, joined the force in the mid-'90s, and just so popular, obviously, as a spokesperson, and did so many different interviews. But he woke from his coma, had expected to make a full recovery, and now, unfortunately, never, will not awaken from this coma. But Dom, I know you join me in just extending our condolences to the law enforcement community as well as Officer Chan's family.
Absolutely, Dawn. And I might add that Behind the Badge really is an overwhelmingly great organization. And the FOP has a record here second to none of remembering. I mean, I've been at events where they've honored 6 to 8 people from 30 years ago even. Yeah. They stick with the families.
That's amen. And so do we. So
yeah. So, Dawn, coming up, Scott Jennings, right at the top of the show. I think he's doing a movie review on Catherine Zeta-Jones. We're going to talk to him about the book. And, of course, coming to Politics and Pints a week from today. Just go to 1210 WPHT for tickets.
Awesome. Dom Show starts right now.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it, too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp. And they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Wet weather today that brought snow to some parts of the far northern and western suburbs. Philadelphia police officer Andy Chan has died 6 years after he was struck by a van while riding his police motorcycle. And Eagles offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo's home was egged after the team's loss to the Bears on Friday.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathy Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, you know the mantra of the show, big issues, big guests. This guy is a great political strategist, CNN pundit, best-selling author, and, rumor has it, movie reviewer of Catherine Zeta-Jones films like Chicago. Joining us on the Dom Giordano program, a man of many trades, is Scott Jennings. Hey, Scott, welcome back. How's that movie reviewing going?
Dom, well, it's going great, and I've been as surprised as anyone to find myself in a public tit for tat with Catherine Zeta-Jones and her elderly husband, Michael Douglas. But that's exactly where I find myself.
Wait a minute.
Today.
Let's underline that. Shots fired again, elderly husband. Henry, pull that and send it to the Scott Show so he can use it for a drop this afternoon.
He's like 80-something years old. She's like 56, which is great. And anyway, their little son, Dylan, came on CNN the other night, and we had a debate. And, of course, like a lot of liberals, he wasn't ready to climb into the cage. And you know, I dismantled his silly arguments. And then in the tabloids over the weekend, they're saying that Catherine Zeta-Jones and Douglas are upset at CNN for putting him in this position of having had to debate me. So I've offered to take Catherine Zeta-Jones out to dinner to personally apologize. I haven't heard back yet, but we'll see.
Well, invite her to Phoenixville. They have a lot of great seafood restaurants, politics, and pints, where we'll be a week from today. The book truly has struck a chord, a revolution of common sense, how Donald Trump stormed Washington and fought for Western civilization. And again, when Zeta Jones and people like that do that, Scott, you really have broken through from just the cable watch into big-time Hollywood. Tell me, with the tour, I think the high point, I know, is when you had your son Thatcher on CNN. As a dad who had my son, who was a budding talk show host at that point, in studio with me, I know how that feels, but not on CNN. That had to be good.
That was great. Thatch was out of school last week, and so he traveled with me up to D.C. He travels with me a lot, actually, and he's a trooper. He sits through a lot of nonsense, but they just simply asked me at the end of the show, what's one thing that you're thankful for? And I said, well, I'm thankful I get to travel with Thatch. And he kind of emerged from behind the column over there and gave me a hug on TV. And that was a pretty proud moment for me, because he's a good kid, and he goes a lot of places with Dad, and he sits through a lot of nonsense and a lot of boring stuff for a 10-year-old, and that was awesome.
Now, Scott, one of the things I wanted to emphasize, too, getting President Trump to talk had to be a proud moment, too. The Oval Office, the signing, is one thing, but you got extensive Elon Musk in here. So give us just a little flavor before a week from today of Elon Musk and Scott Jennings in your book.
Well, I'd gotten to know him only via direct messages during the campaign. He was paying attention to some of the things that were being said. And afterwards, of course, he was being routinely slandered on CNN by people, and I was defending Elon. I think he's one of the greatest and most fascinating people in the world. And so we'd struck up a little relationship. I had requested to interview him as part of the book. And so on the 101st day in office, I sat down with him at the White House. Interesting, I could tell, Dom, he was a little bent out of shape at that point. I didn't know he was going to, he and Trump were going to have their blow up, as they did a few days later. But I could tell he was bent out of shape, because he thinks America's fiscal situation is untenable. He thinks the mass migration crisis is cratering the West. And he thinks our birth rate situation is too low. And so he thinks all these things are converging to form a real threat to Western civilization. And I don't think he found anyone in Washington that he believed shared his urgency about all these problems.
Well, that's why I love the title, not just America, Western civilization. Scott, the thing that I'm in a mind meld with you. On CNN, when they bring up the talking point, at least of the last week or 10 days, that Trump's base is disintegrating, or at least there's a lot of fighting going on. And again, I could see both you're agitated, but you have been ready for that moment. You're ready to throw out a statistic 5 years in, party support for him versus Bush and Trump and Obama.
Yeah, he's got the highest support of his own party of any second-term president in the modern era, period, full stop. I know that because our own CNN data reporter, Harry Enton, has done a segment on this and published the data at CNN. And so it sort of shocks me when some of our people come on and they say, I have all these unnamed Trump-supporting friends, and they call me all the time and tell me how surprised and disappointed they are he's enforcing federal immigration law. And I'm thinking, this is the most made-up baloney. I don't know a single person who voted for Trump who's surprised that he's enforcing the law or disappointed that he's enforcing the law. But Democrats have been trying this for years to try to create a narrative that somehow Trump is losing his grip on his party or his base. The data does not bear it out. And I bet neither you nor I know anybody who is sitting here going, gosh, darn it, I wish I had voted for Kamala Harris. I don't know a single person who believes that.
You couldn't win that on a bet. Scott, any relationship or any interviews with Mark Kelly? What do you make, talking about losing a grip, of what he got into and where he continues to go? And the newest thing, I think, is they're telling people we can't get at Trump. They say because of the Supreme Court ruling and impeachment doesn't bother him. But we're going to get at you when we come back into power, so don't, quote, do his bidding.
Yeah, they're threatening anybody who voted for Trump, anybody in the military who follows orders while Trump is the commander-in-chief. Effectively what they've said publicly is, well, you may think you're following orders now, but we'll decide when he's gone if they were legal, and then we'll punish anybody who did illegal things. Well, that's a threat. That is a threat to people to stop doing their job in the military, stop doing their job in the government, et cetera, et cetera. It's not even thinly veiled. There's no veil at all. It is a threat against people who are helping the president serve as commander-in-chief. He is, after all, the duly elected president of the United States. It's why they shut down the government, because their base wants them to grind Trump to a halt. It's why they're threatening people. They want folks to effectively grind the administration to a halt so that he cannot operate as the president. That is the plan.
We're talking with Scott Jennings, a new book, A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Western Civilization. Scott, I think you were on the show with Stephen Miller's wife, who has a pretty popular and connected podcast. And the go-around was that she brought up that, yes, there are guests there all the time. And I wanted to get inside your mind. What do you feel like, should you do anything when they directly call Stephen Miller a Nazi? And I believe she asks, is my husband a Nazi? Is that what you're saying? Just say it. Stop dancing. Some of the people you spar with in the cage have said it repeatedly.
They have. They've called him a Nazi or a white supremacist. They've done it to her. They've done it to Elon Musk. They, of course, have done it to Donald Trump. And honestly, people feel like they can get away with these direct attacks and hateful commentary. And it's just sort of what you have to do to be an accepted talking head on the left. And, of course, when I'm there, I immediately step in and try to correct the record or dispute it or debate it. But it's kind of an article of faith on the left that if you're not willing to call people those names, then you're not good enough. You're not fighting hard enough. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know how more lawsuits aren't filed, truthfully, against people. I mean, in the Elon case, and I talk about this in my book a little bit, he waves at the crowd at an event, and you had every single person on television running out there to say, oh, this was obviously a Nazi salute. Well, no, it wasn't. And there are countless other images of Democrat politicians making a similar hand gesture, waving at a crowd. But people got away with it. And I don't know. I'm sort of surprised he let that many people get away with it, because it's just outrageous to hear what they call folks. And, yeah, they get very little pushback. You sort of nod and move on. And I don't believe in that. I think you really do have to forcefully debate this and rebut it, because you can't allow that kind of attack to be normalized, in my opinion.
And Trump has proven that, Scott. I didn't know if you knew this. I'm a law school dropout. I think I was going to night school and all that. I won moot court, but I got into this. And I know that Trump, I never thought would win any of these, because when you're that universal of a figure, it's harder to cite defamation, et cetera. Yet Trump has proven that you can win these.
Yes, or at least force people into settling because they don't want to go through the process of discovery. And look, I mean, I don't think many of these things would survive contact with a deposition. You put people in the room and say, how do you know that what you said is true? Well, I don't know. Then why did you say it? I mean, these questions are not difficult to see where they would lead. And Trump, one thing about writing the book that I've learned is he will have any fight that he thinks is worth having. Even if there's a low percentage chance, that ultimately you succeed, he will have the fight because he thinks the fights are worth having. Take the universities that he's fighting with. He thinks the fight over anti-Semitism on campuses is worth having. And I agree with him, and a lot of people agree with him. And so, whereas a lot of people would sort of calculate, well, I don't know if I want to invest my personal capital in this, Trump says, is the fight worth having? If the answer is yes, then we're going to fight it out, period. And a lot of Republicans respect the heck out of that, I can tell you that.
Parting question for Scott Jennings. Scott, I saw on Twitter them asking you, what is it that keeps Scott Jennings up at night? What would that be?
Well, I got asked this at the Manhattan Institute the other night in New York, and honestly, losing elections. I mean, in the short term, look, here's the deal. If they win, I think they will impeach Trump again. They'll never convict him, but they'll impeach him. But beyond that, I think they'll begin to implement policies, not just unwinding his, but implementing their own that would, in my opinion, hasten the downfall of the West. I think they'll reignite the mass migration crisis. I think they'll set up Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C. as for statehood. That adds 4 Democrat senators to the mix. I think they'll immediately pack the court, and take it from 9 to however many they need to take it to in order to guarantee outcomes in the Supreme Court. And I just, my personal view is they won't hesitate. Their base will not allow them to hesitate. And that's what we're in for. So, elections come and go, but the consequences of the elections are far-reaching, and it does keep me up at night.
Absolutely. Scott, thrilled with the success of this. Our people are really juiced up to meet you and to talk the book. And I'm trying to put some of the highlights together from CNN. I don't know if the Douglas one, maybe we don't put that in there. For the cage matches, I got to say, the seating and how they've set that up is masterful. I don't know that they could have anticipated you, but you looking across, and usually it's a double barrel of progressives over there, is masterful. Really is.
Yeah. The way they have constructed that show, and even the concept just generally of having a debating show.
Oh, yeah.
It was a stroke of genius. There just aren't really any debating shows on television. And everywhere I go, I hear two things. I love you and I love the debates, or I don't agree with you, but I love the debates. Everybody loves debates. We're a nation of debaters.
Yeah,
we love to argue
exactly.
about politics. It's valuable. And so I think CNN had a stroke of genius on this, and the show is produced in a masterful way. I agree.
Absolutely. A revolution of common sense, how Donald Trump stormed Washington and fought for Western civilization. Scott, thank you. I just want to put you on hold for a moment, off air just briefly here. Dom Giordano Show, more coming up on Talk Radio 1210.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131. Join Dom Giordano for Navy League Philadelphia's annual watch party of the Army-Navy game, December 13th at Manayunk Brewery. It's an atmosphere like no other for college football's most patriotic tradition. Enjoy prize raffles along with great specials throughout the game. Tickets are on sale now for just $15 at NavyLeaguePhilly.org. All proceeds go to Navy League Philadelphia to support our local Sea Service members. You can become a member of Navy League Philly and help support our Sea Service members for just $25 a year. NavyLeaguePhilly.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Scott Jennings, nothing better than that. Big issues, big guest. A week from today, great theater too, the Colonial. Get your tickets easily right now, 1210WPHT.com. You know, a little bit of bite in that. We're going to replay a little bit later, a couple minutes, I told Henry. I think we got to play the part where he says the elderly Michael Douglas.
Yeah, right off the rip.
Oh, man. Yeah, right out of the box. And Catherine Zeta-Jones, and you heard what he said. He told me off air. The kid was fine. You know, you got this man. I mean, you can't send somebody like this stumbling, bumbling in there against Scott Jennings. You know, it's ridiculous.
It's a welcome to the big leagues moment.
Well, yeah, but you haven't even gotten through, you know, everybody got hurt, and you're suddenly, it's like designated survivor.
the team caught the flu, and they're like, oh, we need someone up here.
Right. Well, it's like when they called me and said, can you get up to New York? Bill O'Reilly just got sick right now. We don't know what we're going to do. Now, I've never done national TV show like that, but I immediately had DJs start calling helicopter companies.
Actually.
That's what you got to do.
Get Jerry Bruckheimer on the phone.
Yeah, exactly.
I need his ride.
Exactly. So great stuff from him. Tickets, 1210WPHT.com. I recommend you get the meet and greet package. You get the book, the meet and greet with Scott. We'll have him for an hour and 15 minutes behind the scenes. I know Guy Shiraki will be there, knows him very well. And you get the Christmas ornaments. And the book, you heard what he said. He's got a lot of Elon Musk stuff in here. But inside this, you get Michael Douglas and Catherine Zeta-Jones coming after you. This is arriving in America. So 1210WPHT.com. That's where you go. And we will see you a week from today. Week from tonight, really. This one is as good as it gets. He deserves everything. He's the best spokesperson for Trump, Musk, Republican side that you can possibly imagine. And you see it all the time. Okay, now I'm looking at Barron Trump has on Twitter and also Fox News. I'm not saying everything is kosher now, that we know that definitively, because we're going to talk to John Yoo. And John Yoo has said if we killed with a second, apparently there was more than a second drone. There may have been 3 or 4 shots at the, quote, survivors of the drug boat attack. And John Yoo, who was under fire during the Bush administration, he's the one that came up with waterboarding, says that would be out of bounds. Said it on Fox. He'll be here at 1:30. But the twist in this is that Hegseth gave the initial order to attack the drug boat and destroy everything. But he did not give any follow-up order. And here's what's happening. The New York Times is undercutting the Washington Post. Britt Hume made a good point. When a story remains exclusive this long, that's not a good sign that it's the truth, because there would be other angles to it. The New York Times would get it too. The New York Times cites 5 officials who say that what's happened here is that Hegseth did not give the order for the kill shot on the survivors. Now, there could be quite a back and forth about was that implied after the initial one. And it appears to be more than just a second drone strike. It may have been a third also. I've heard arguments, if the drugs were still aboard the ship, you don't want the cartel to come and get them, you destroy them. That would presuppose these guys were off the ship at that point and floating on something. So this is a big moment. And I wanted to ask military people a tough question, but I'm going to ask you straight up, and we have a lot of great folks that call in. Some have been in fairly high command. If I get Colonel West on, should Hegseth, or in your mind, is Hegseth making the admiral, who is a Navy SEAL, take the rap for this? That's how the media is playing that. Or is Hegseth sticking to the facts, which the New York Times seems to corroborate, in that Hegseth did not order, the New York Times, according to their 5 official sources, did not order the second shot to kill the remainder. He ordered them and anything on board killed or destroyed with the first shot, which I think is completely within bounds and good for them. With the second, and it's hard to believe a direct hit like that, but I guess it's possible. Now, in one other attack, when there was a survivor or two, we sent them back to the home country. You may remember that. I think there have been 21 strikes, and that's how that happened. All righty, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Now, in honor of Scott Jennings, never have done this before. I even told you yesterday where I was going to go on the side question. I looked up Appalachia or Appalachia. Remember that became the woke way of saying it? And Appalachia bleeds into, even New York State has some counties. But we're talking really the heart of it, like West Virginia, Kentucky. Scott Jennings and everything he puts out on his social media has KY after it. He's proud of being from Kentucky, even though I don't think he'll be drinking bourbon that night, a week from today. I think of Kentucky, West Virginia, Tennessee. That's what I think of when I think of Appalachia. We're hill country, where we're talking about. So I'm going to take off the board. We're looking for anybody, any person, place, or thing associated with that. And it's a pretty vast territory. I'm going to take off the board Dolly Parton, Dollywood, and coal mines. Those are the biggest things that I think of. Yeah, I'm not sure about the food. I may take something off later. Henry, what do you take off with Appalachia?
Yeah, so I'll take 2 things off here. So at the foot of the Appalachian Mountains actually lies the only town in Pennsylvania. And this is a true fact. There is only one town in Pennsylvania. And that would be the home of my alma mater, Bloomsburg. Bloomsburg
yes.
is in the Appalachians, believe it or not. It is in Columbia County, which is a part of the Appalachian Mountains.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who's the most famous, accomplished person from Bloomsburg?
Chuck Daly.
Chuck Daly.
Team USA Dream Team basketball coach. Chuck Daly.
Oh, Chuck Daly. I thought you were saying Daly. Yeah, Chuck Daly, sure, the winner.
Yeah,
he's
absolutely.
the first guy that wore nice suits pretty much in the NBA, too.
And he's pretty much the only alumni. So
yeah, okay.
glad we got one. The other one I'm going to take off the board is, say you're up in the mountains and you're walking through the woods, you know, nice breeze going, you hear all the bugs, you know, just flying all around, making their noises, and then suddenly, nothing.
Yes.
I mean, complete and utter silence. If you grew up around there, you know it means you got to go. Wherever you are right now, you got to get out of there because danger's around the corner. There's either a predator or there's some sort of thing that made all the animals and the bugs stop cold in their tracks.
Even the bugs.
Silent.
Wow,
yeah.
That's a pretty good one. That would be hard to beat. That would be the Brazilian wax of today's show.
Right.
Ro heard that yesterday and said, "What the hell are you guys doing here?" Wasn't me. All right, Kirk, how about you?
All right, so I'm going to go with words or phrases like britches, gumption, holler,
reckon. Yes.
So
that's a good one.
Yeah. So I'm
will
taking
Scott
words.
Jennings show up in overalls? What's the over-under that night? Yes.
Oh, gosh.
All right.
That'd be awesome.
Cobb pipe.
Yeah, Cobb pipe. Yeah, we'll make him feel at home. No shoes. All righty, it's 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210, and we'll get you on board. That's the side question. Your reaction to Scott Jennings. I told you the latest on the drug boat stuff. And coming up, look, in my estimation, from what I can tell, nobody really knows, but I think the Eagles' offensive coordinator is not good. I'll put it that way. That's a safe statement. But I want to get into people going to his house in the middle of the night in Morristown. And there would just be universal outrage over this, these punks. Now, originally it was reported it was rocks. I don't think it was rocks. It was, I don't care what it is. You show up at a house with his family there. You're throwing eggs, you ingrates, at 2:30 in the morning. I want a police manhunt. I want every single one of them dragged in. Two things about him. You can't allow this to happen. And two, nationally, Philadelphia sports fans, again, throwing snowballs at Rockies and eggs at a guy's house because they don't like the play he drew up. I mean, it's amazing, how they knew his house. I guess people in the neighborhood saw him.
Oh, yeah. It only takes one kid in the neighborhood to be like, Kevin
right,
Patullo lives down the street from me.
Yeah, and it's Morristown. It's not the rougher side of town. It's Morristown, and this is happening. All righty, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. I hope hearing a preview from Scott Jennings, the elderly Michael Douglas. Oh, man. He doesn't mind Zeta Jones. She's hot, sort of. But Michael Douglas bothers him with the Douglas kid. You're going to get a lot. It's going to be a lot of fun. And again, get the tier, get the meet and greet, you get the book, and you get the Christmas ornament. It's going to be a fabulous night. 1 week from tonight, Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get those tickets, 1210WPHT.com, 1210WPHT.com. As I said, at 1:30, we're going to talk with John Yoo, excellent guy, lawyer, but beyond that, particularly on things like international law, treatment of prisoners. You may remember, he's a guy that, and I still stick by saying that waterboarding is torture. It's not lethal, but people that have been waterboarded that we've had on, it is ghastly. But he says taking a second shot, in this case a third maybe, if you did it at the survivors of that boat, that would be violative. Is it? And your thoughts, particularly if you were in the military, is Pete Hegg said the allegation is throwing the admiral under the bus, or is he doing the dance? He's kind of protecting himself, but at the same time, he's stating factually what happened. The admiral is the one that ordered the second and third strike. That appears to be where this has landed. New York Times says that. I got a lot today. How the Minnesota taxpayer, maybe the U.S. taxpayer, due to the Somalis in Minnesota and the scams, $1 billion plus, is the biggest funder of the biggest terrorist group in Somalia. We're sponsoring them. Because these ingrates from Somalia are rooking the system and then sending money to the terrorist group to further terrorize Somalia. And Trump wanting to take away the temporary protected status, yes, do it right now. I think he's doing it. Why do they get protected status when they're refusing to fit in, funding the old country, and engaged in something that's ridiculous? 855-839-1210.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save $1 or $2. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating.
Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems.
Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh.
Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. I want you to come away with me to stunningly beautiful Portugal. Yes, what the Roman Empire called Finisterre, the end of the earth, we'll be calling home for 10 days next spring. So if you've loved our events in Italy, oh my goodness, what a treat in store for you, designed just for us, for our listeners at 1210. Dining at the wineries rivaling the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort, along with 4-star accommodations. 5738, yes, that includes your airfare from Philadelphia. I want you to call now, 888-733-9494, or you can go to conservativetours.com. And Portugal isn't just a playground of the world's jet set. We'll learn how this sea-facing land became a world power. The beauty of Sintra, Cabo de Roca, Cascais alone, they're worth the crossing, but there's more. Santiago de Compostela in Spain, drawing pilgrims in a passionate way. We'll learn why together. Conservativetours.com. Tell them Dolan sent you.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
Periods of rain will continue heavy at times through the afternoon with a high temperature up around 40 degrees. Drier weather returns tonight, clearing skies with a low 31 for the city, colder out in the suburbs. A chilly day on Wednesday with a mix of sun and clouds with a high 42.
It's the season of performance at Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Westchester, and Reading. You'll find zero-down leases, low APRs, and special holiday savings at your local Piazza Acura dealer. Browse inventory online at piazzaacura.com today.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Sounds like the Deliverance.
I have that in waiting.
Okay, good. Never have done this before. In honor of Scott Jennings, Appalachia. 855-839-1210. You get on board. Hit us with anything, person, place, or thing that you think relates to that. Okay, that's one thing. The other is the drug boats. And now it appears to be more than one drone shot, maybe another one afterward. John Yoo here at 1:30. I got a lot of respect for him. The way Pete Hegseth is handling this. But the New York Times says it's not Hegseth. In other words, he did give the initial order to destroy the drug boat, hit it. But after that, it was in the hands of the admiral. And Hegseth has called him a hero and supports him and all that. But is that kind of seen as a standing order to continue to do this or no? Or did the admiral intuit that and go forward with this? This is not going to go away. It's going to be quite a battle here. Now, the downside for Democrats, once again, they are standing on the hill, no matter how you look at it, ultimately protecting a massive drug cartel and also a group that has been labeled by the Secretary of State, who has the power to do this, as a terrorist group. So they're in murky waters also, in addition to international law, whatever you want to call it here, various articles that you're going to hear all kinds of people debating and sparring over. There's got to be testimony on this, and that'll be good. we should go through this. Of course, Houlihan is out there prejudging everything, particularly Hegseth. Mark Kelly has lost his mind and is crazed going forward. And I mentioned Somalia. So there is this terrorist group, and we're trying to get people on. The City Journal has done great work on this, showing us how in Minnesota they've siphoned off over $1 billion in various kinds of frauds, threatening racism if they don't get the money, charged with racism. And then a goodly amount of donations have gone to the major terrorist group still holding forth in Somalia. Wall's involved in it, of course. You just can't write this stuff of where this leads. Even an allegation that Walls would be able, allegedly, to siphon off a lot of that money during the presidential campaign. Maybe that's why he was chosen. I don't know about that. I mean, Kamala Harris got in over $1 billion. She wasn't wanting for money for 107 days. Just think about that. What could she have run? How many millions of dollars a day in 100 days with $1 billion? Yeah, even for a pricey campaign, she had the money. But what's going on in Minnesota has to be stopped. And President Trump is swooping in, taking away the temporary protected status. I believe it's guesstimated there are 80,000 Somalis in Minnesota. Most of them seem to be near the capital. And it's a problematic thing. They don't assimilate. They're not going to be forced to assimilate. Go back to Somalia then. I don't think they want to. But apparently, a lot of their money was sent there to support a terrorist group. All right, Richard in Cincinnati, Ohio. Hey, Richard, afternoon.
Good afternoon in beautiful, snowy Cincinnati.
How much snow did you get?
You know, as a critical care doc, I had to tell a number of parents that their child did not survive whatever drug overdose they took, and the cherry on the cake was when our nursing supervisor had to perform CPR on her own son in her garage because of a fentanyl overdose.
Yeah.
So as far as these drug boats are concerned, they're all murderers, and I don't care if they shoot 20 missiles into their boats. That's what they deserve.
Well, what do you say?
Sorry.
What do you now? John Yoo is at 1:30. What do you say to a guy who's been through the ringer and he maintains, and I think he'll say today, Richard, can't do that based on international law. Just can't.
I think they're judging in their nice ivory towers, and they're safe, and they know they will get no repercussions. And they'll let these guys go down hang out to dry, and they'll go on and sit on their other next show.
All right.
They're not the guy on that wall.
Right.
As much as we joke about.
Wait a minute now. I wouldn't bring on a guy like that. John Yoo is the guy that used waterboarding and other things. He took that fire during the Bush years.
So I don't understand why he's changing his tune on this one.
I'm going to ask him that.
Honestly.
Yeah, I'm going to ask him. It's a fair question. I'm going to ask. All right, what's your side today?
We went on a bourbon
trail
tour, and it was marvelous. Some beautiful, delicious Kentucky bourbon. And if you walk into the distillery, it smells so good. You'll enjoy it. Come to Ohio and Kentucky, and I'll take you.
All right, thank you, Richard. Well, I had Rand Paul offer me some, and somebody brought it like 100-year-old bourbon. And I think that was even worse, and I didn't want to taste it because I don't like, I didn't want to spoil somebody with 100-year-old bourbon. Rand Paul, though, was, let's have a few more.
Take with the 100-year-old bourbon.
Oh, man, my skin is what you have to do in this job, drinking bourbon there up on the stage.
Oh, no.
I don't think, Scott is a teetotaler, I think. So, I'll get with his staff and get him. I think it was lemon Pellegrino or something.
Oh.
Yeah, I am up for bids, young Republicans. If you're there, give me another $108 bottle of wine that we scarf down. I'm all on board with that. All right, it's 855-839-1210. Jennings, though, really has arrived. Can you picture what a great country this is? He gets to duke it out with the son, Dylan Douglas. Then these two go after him, and he just called moments ago. He said he had a hang-up about this. The elderly, Michael Douglas, We have anything to do about it. That'll get out there into the ecosystem, and Michael Douglas will challenge him to a wrestling match or something.
Oh, man.
Yeah, exactly. But Zeta Jones is about 30 years younger. So what? Good for Michael Douglas.
Absolutely.
I didn't know she was British. She's going to be the subject of tomorrow's. I don't think we've ever done greatest actress ever. I was looking at some of the candidates last night. Not exactly overwhelming. You know, who the greatest actress ever is. If it were males, I'm going to say Denzel Washington, but I know there'd be a fierce debate with that. So,
I think people would say Jack, because every time Jack was in a big movie, his female counterpart always won the Oscar as well. Elevated everyone's performance.
He is a great, but he's kind of a one-trick. Well, no, he played the sweet guy in the As Good as It Gets.
Yeah.
He could do that, yeah. But usually he's got a golf club smashing your car as he did in Hollywood. All right, I'm coming to more calls. It's 855-839-1210. Appalachia, those states. That's what we're looking for. Hit us with that. And how does Howard Lutnick, that guy is a menace. Rubio's on one side, Pete's on the other side. They're both in positions of power. How does Lutnick have the next chair over? So he can badger everybody. That guy, the Commerce Department guy, has caused more problems for the Commerce Department of all things. That's usually, nobody even knows who they are. They know who this guy is. All right, so this is the 9th cabinet meeting of term 2. At 2 o'clock today, President Trump is going to make a big announcement. I'm betting it's who will be the Fed chair, and I think it will be the economic guy. Has it? Could it be about looking to see, well, FBI is not cabinet level, right? I don't think. I'm not sure if he's there or not. Patel is under a good bit of fire. So we'll see where that goes. Yeah, Scott Besson is on the other side of the table. He's the best guy in the cabinet. All right, and Cuomo, the lesser, as Rich would say, makes a good point. AOC hates more things about America than the things that she loves. Now, it's obvious, but for him to say it, that's pretty good. And I would argue every progressive, that's absolutely the case. They don't want to tweak the country. They don't like it fundamentally, and they would want to completely change it. Now, liberals, maybe they want to tweak it a good bit, but I don't think it's the same thing. If you fundamentally want to change America, then you don't get it. Tweaking it to a true point of view, sure. Constantly, we're being retweaked for a better America. All right, 855-839-1210.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Gold is now around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They're paying top dollar all week, Monday through Friday at TMT Casper Gold in Cherry Hill. Go to tmtcaspergold.com.
It's here. B101 has transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Ready to redefine your home style? Bucks County Estate Traders offers a breathtaking collection of furniture to suit every taste. From timeless antiques to chic modern designs, discover thousands of meticulously cared for pieces, each one inspected for quality. Explore their ever-changing inventory, featuring styles from classic Victorian to sleek contemporary and charming coastal. And with their expert team often reupholstering finds, you're sure to discover unique treasures ready to make a statement in your home. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Oh, that's a more courtly, a little bit of country here. Appalachia, the side question today. Dom Giordano Show. We heard from Scott Jennings just 1 week out, 1 week away. And already the stuff brewing with this book. I'm really interested, too, in Elon Musk. We'll talk about that. There's a lot of insight in the book about President Trump. And I think this guy is really on the inside of anything political that's happening with conservatives or the Republican Party. So get your tickets. Great theater, Colonial, of course. Politics and Pints. The pints are there. The bar is there. And get the meet and greet package. I'm telling you, you will enjoy that. The backstage meeting, it's like an hour type of thing. A lot of people doing that. Go to 1210WPHT.com, 1210WPHT.com. I'm watching Brooke Rollins, Agricultural Secretary, saying we're bringing the golden age back to rural America. An obvious one here for Appalachia. Capital of rural America. Still, a large part of the country is what, by any recommendation, you would say is rural. And Pennsylvania is still one of the bigger rural places. You heard Henry about Bloomsburg. I mean, there's up I-80 and all through that. It is very, very rural.
Most of the states in the Appalachians.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's the point. That's their whole point. They are flyover country. They are rural. Yeah. Here is Caroline Levitt yesterday making the point about the Somalis and what people don't want. This scandal is what is driving people, I think even more than the Afghan shooting. It's driving people that they took $1 billion right of our tax money, and a large portion of it was sent to a terrorist group in Somalia. And of course, Ilhan Omar is their face of all this stuff. Why in the world do we put up with it? We had a caller, Agatha, yesterday, who really was fired up on it. And the answer is, well, this is one of the reasons why Trump was elected. He's going to go into no man's land with this, and he's going to try to do more and more about it. Here's Levitt laying out what the issue is. Cut 13.
Is refugees who come here under the alleged plight of asylum and fleeing persecution, and then come to the United States to abuse our system and rip off American taxpayers. And as I pointed out, the New York Times, to their credit, it was about 6 months too late, but they did write about how Somali immigrants in Minnesota have been ripping off American taxpayers. In fact, 86 people have been charged in a rampant and widespread fraud scheme spanning multiple programs in Minnesota. Of those 86, 78 of those people are Somali, 91% of them charged. So far, 59 of those people have been convicted for their roles in fraud plots that have stolen $1 billion from taxpayers. In one scheme, and this is egregious, a nonprofit and its affiliates with these Somali migrants claimed to have fed tens of thousands of American children during the pandemic. They were reimbursed for those meals by taxpayers. However, federal prosecutors found that almost all of those meals were never even delivered to hungry children. In fact, those organizations' leaders spent the money on houses, luxury cars, and real estate in Turkey and Kenya. Another scheme involved hundreds of organizations who were reimbursed for services that were supposed to help people at risk of homelessness. Once again, those services were never provided. All of this has happened under Democrat leadership in a Democrat-run state where these refugees, these migrants are coming to the United States. They are abusing our system. They are draining our resources that should be going to law-abiding, taxpayer-funded, tax-paying Americans. And this president is not going to put up with it anymore.
Notice just one little other thing in there, too. Notice what she said, the pandemic, COVID, all that COVID money sloshing around. And who was in charge in Minnesota looking the other way? Walz and his minions. Ilhan Omar, over $1 billion, some of it sent to terrorist groups. Again, this, and I think Trump senses it, the Afghan stuff, shooting the National Guard, horrible. Another immigrant group having trouble assimilating here. Federalist has a great piece today. The fraudulent conduct of Somalis and others only gets worse because tribal behavior dominates in these non-assimilated immigrant groups. In the past, there were forces that by and large would make them have to assimilate. Now they're coddled, they're enabled, they're told that they're right, they don't have to assimilate. Why would you want to assimilate? Why would we make people do that? Because it's America. That's why. Go stay in Somalia then if you don't want to. Stay in Afghanistan if you don't want to assimilate. Well, we don't, but we want to have it both ways. And look at Europe. Look at what happened to France. It's a short hop from different parts of Africa. They brought workers in, etc. Now they have all kinds of problems, particularly France has and Great Britain. And there's dominance, and in certain cities you have Sharia law. You have a dominant religious group, Islam, and you have that tension. 80,000 Somalis in a place like Minnesota, all congregated, mainly in the capital city and the like, are creating this type of force where people are afraid you'll be called a racist. They look the other way, but how could you look the other way for over $1 billion? It is shocking that it's taken this long, but it's out there now. And I think Trump is playing with this more than he is with the Afghan issue and continuing to say, no, we're not going to stand for it. We're going to vet this. We're going to take away temporary protective service. And if they don't like it, they can go back home. What in the world is the objection to this? On the drug boat thing, the Washington Post is losing ground to the New York Times. New York Times is not doing this to help Trump or anything. They're doing it to own the story, and they have 5 officials now who say that Hegseth never ordered the second strike or the third. There may have been 2 or 3, or at least 3, to take out the remaining narco-terrorists. Okay, so it's the admiral. The other side's going to make the point, well, the admiral was under pressure to do that. That's where the tension's going to be. I'm going to ask John Yoo. You remember him. He's a Philadelphia native, big-time attorney. He's on with Rich and me a lot. He was on with Linda Kearns. And he was the guy that wrote up in the Bush years what to do vis-a-vis extracting information, the intense interrogation techniques. I don't know if he ever signed off on waterboarding or not, but that's one of the techniques they were using. He thinks the second shot would be violative after the boat was decimated. He'll be here to lay that out. I'll ask him every manner of question. He's as good as it gets on this. Phone lines are 855-839-1210.
Start your collectible coin journey today with the first ever Seuss coin. Hip, hip, hooray! The Grinch is here for all to see. DrSeussCoins.com kicks off your collecting spree. Now, for the first time ever, Rare Collectibles TV has licensed Dr. Seuss's beloved creations, making them come to life on collectible, adorable coins. Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 examples have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com, DrSeussCoins.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Time to make lifetime memories with family and friends this holiday season at the Oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey. They have everything you need to make this Christmas and holiday season unforgettable. You book a multi-night stay from now through December 18th, you're going to save 10% off your room, plus resort credits. Or, since the kids are going to be off, gather the family and book a holiday season family splash package from December 21st through the 30th. The longer you stay, the more you save, and breakfast is included in all the packages. And how about something spectacular for New Year's Eve? Do it the grand way. Check out their website for full details, but imagine this: celebrating on the 5th floor ballroom overlooking the ocean, 5-hour premium open bar, hors d'oeuvres, a sensational surf and turf dinner, non-stop dancing, and a champagne toast at midnight. Truly an unforgettable way to ring in the new year. So book your holiday stay today. Cape May is beautiful and magical this time of year. Always book direct with them for the best rates. GrandHotelCapeMay.com, GrandHotelCapeMay.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
Enough. We've lingered on that bad Black Friday enough. It's time to move on. It's time for the Eagles to put every ounce of their energy into preparing to beat the Chargers next Monday night out there. Each phase of their game has to be better. 5 regular season games remain. The Eagles have to treat each one like it's a playoff game. It's that important. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese.
All right, it is Dom time. The Education Department announcing a new portal today that will allow people to talk about universities not reporting foreign money that they get. You know, think the Chinese, think Qatar, think, I don't know, the University of Pennsylvania, among others. And what does that money buy? What are they up to with that? And how much? It's shocking. Those are the two biggies. Maybe Qatar even bigger than the others. You know, you got some bone saw stuff you want to do, send a pen or somebody else some money, and it might be helpful. Then hit a few golf balls out there. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Hit us on the side question. Something from Appalachia. We're talking about that. We heard from Scott Jennings, and you're going to get a whole lot more of the guy who's the hottest guy out there. And that will be a week from today. Tickets, 1210WPHT.com. You know, usually somebody like this that I have such esteem, I have to take to the mattresses to prepare he's so comfortable in this. You know, maybe we'll try a little debate. I'd like to debate Scott Jennings. I don't see any Achilles heel there other than make faces at him like he does. Right. But he is, he called it being in the cage on CNN. And how they've set it up. It's brilliantly produced. Now, whether you like the antics of it or not, I think Fox would say come on, the 5 isn't like that. They have on the 5 a conservative, Harold Johnson Jr.
Harold Ford.
Yeah, Ford Jr. He's not a conservative. I mean, and they beat up on him is what it comes down to. The fire's there. Now, Tarlow is somebody I'd have on it. My all-time guy, though, of course, is Geraldo. Because Geraldo is such a wild card. You put him into a debate, it's good stuff. But he's right. Why not a debate show on Fox? I'm talking about a no-holds-barred. If the conservative can't hold up, we can't hold up. I mean, just think what Jennings faces. The host is against him. He's on CNN. He's got a double barrel usually on the other side. Dr. Cornel West is right next to him there saying weird stuff. It's not an easy spot. And that's why this is so refreshing what he's up to. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210. You get on board. Gary in Newtown on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Dom. How are you?
Good.
Great day for a duck out here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Hey, can I give you a suggestion? I know you're a wine drinker, but can I give you a suggestion for next Tuesday?
Sure.
You want to get a Maker's Mark Moscow Mule.
Okay. And
it is a bourbon, and it is made with bourbon,
okay.
And you will. I believe that you will surprise yourself and enjoy it.
Okay. I have my own guy, of course, Gary, but I thank you. That's a good suggestion. That would be Johnny Z. I don't know what he'll concoct. I'm not sure if he's coming or not. But
text Johnny and ask him, do you think I'll like that? Because it's when I say it's smooth, it is so smooth. My wife likes it.
Yeah. How about the kick of it? How bad is that?
No. There isn't any.
Oh, okay.
There isn't any.
All right.
I mean, obviously, if you have 3 of them, there will be, but not one. You will enjoy it.
This is an hour and a half interview. It might be 3 or 4.
Yeah,
of course, it's sipping.
Wait till the end.
You know, Gary, you just gave me the idea, though. Greg Stocker. I think we'd have a full bartender outfit, seated there for all politics and pints, like mixing the drinks up, shaking them, doing that, Henry. That would really add to the flavor of it, rather than just having the bar there.
I volunteer.
Okay, you got it. What's your side today?
Before I get to the side,
yes.
I would love to see what they're doing outside of Venezuela and really get on this Mexican cartel thing while we're at it.
Well, the Mexican cartel is where I would attack because, Gary, to be honest, I don't think the Venezuelan is the fentanyl connection as much.
I don't think so either.
It's the Mexicans. We could hit them easily with drones. They're right there, right in our backyard.
I'm hoping this is the trial to get to them. Honestly,
yeah, they are they're the big boys. I mean, that is. I've never been more apprehensive than when I went into Juarez to interview the mayor of Juarez.
The pictures that you see of Juarez with people hanging, it's crazy.
Well, and when
Crazy
I
town.
say to the guy, I only went with a guy because he was nebbishy. We had like a Pinto or something. Why don't you put those 3 Jeeps, spread them out with the machine gun on them? He said, not safe. And I'm going, wait a minute, it's not safe. And I asked the guy, what are all the school desks for the blast? And he found.
Well, my answer for the side question today requires no words at all.
Okay.
But other than Ned Beatty, I don't think ever returned as a legitimate actor after ding 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 ding.
All right, you got it. All right, very good. 855-83. Ned Beatty was a really good character actor. Tremendous. Was he in?
He's in Network. I know he's.
That's what. Yeah, Network. Much different role than you think of.
Yeah, he's the executive in that.
The executive. You, Mr. Beal. 855-839-1210. You get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. You just push pound 1210. So we'll talk with John Yoo. And look, we bring you the best, and he's a conservative. And as I said, John Yoo at 1:30, big-time lawyer, San Francisco now. But he was the architect of the Bush enhanced interrogation policies. Somewhat, I believe, I'd have to ask him, but I believe it was waterboarding, among other things. And uncomfortable stuff they did, like playing, music that people couldn't stand for 24 hours, keeping you up and then interrogating you. So the argument is, I guess, you would think a guy like that would condone the second strike and third strike here, but he doesn't. We'll see why. But I haven't gotten anybody yet to tell me why, what you think of what Hegseth is doing here. Now, even the New York Times seems to back this up, that Hegseth did not give the direct order to hit the target again. They hit it second and third time, apparently, with drones. He gave the initial order. But is that what the admiral, is the admiral wrong? Did the admiral do something, or was the admiral arguably following the line here of what the initial thing was to take them out? And you can make the argument, someone making the argument, well, they still probably had a good bit of cocaine on board, and we're taking that out. So you put all those things together, and who is it that is in the crosshairs here? It appears to be the admiral at this point. You know they want to go after Pete Hegseth. President making an announcement at 2 o'clock today. If I had to bet, I think it's the new Fed chair. And I'm hoping that the current Fed chair cut rates again. I think Henry's going to produce out of the bullpen. No word yet. E.J. Antoni. Usually when you call him, he's ready to go.
I don't have a word yet.
Yeah, okay. But if we get a new Fed chair, we'd hope to get him on to break that down. And again, new Fed chair. What's the big news in that? Well, you know the power of the Fed. You know what this could do. You get somebody that's going to go in there cutting rates as we head into the midterm. That's critical. All right, Robert in Ben Salem, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Dom, Henry, it's good to talk to you guys today. While I can't say too much. A lot of the people that are participating in what's going on in the Caribbean have lost family members to fentanyl. Okay, so if they're worried about somebody like questioning orders, that's not going to happen. And I just have a question, man. I want to wait until I hear more from guys like John Yoo or not before I, make my mind up. But what is it that when they give the orders to destroy the drug boats, they don't say do it in one shot. They say destroy the drug boats. If it takes more than one shot, you fire more than one shot. I don't even know what the question is here.
Well, wait a minute now. I think the question is what they're saying. I'll let him frame it the way he wants. The argument is at that point, they're disabled, they're ineffective, and they're essentially prisoners. So can you kill them just because you've labeled them terrorists on the spot?
Well, if you feel that you still need to fire that shot to destroy whatever capability or drugs are on board, I don't care if it's 100 shots.
Well, the drugs on board. The drugs on board. I'm in agreement. Now, I'm not sure where they are at that point if they're clinging to wreckage. That's one of the arguments they're going to make. They still have hundreds of pounds of cocaine on board. You can still take it out.
Okay, well, if the Democrats think that we're going to try to be nicer about this in order to appeal to their sensibilities, they're out of their minds. Dom, it's a war, and I don't understand. Oh well, we fired a shot but didn't take the whole bridge out, and there's still people on it. You fire another shot. I mean, I don't. That's me.
It turns on. Are they still fighting? Are they still capable? The argument's going to be these guys are not, and you're killing prisoners then.
Making decisions in the heat of battle. It always works out so well. Okay, I'm going to get right to my side answer, and I'm going to wait to hear from the Honorable John Yoo, because I like listening to him. There was a movie made in 1949 called Ma and Pa Kettle.
Yes.
Okay? And as I'm reading about this, I'm realizing that this is basically the original Beverly Hillbillies, because Pa Kettle was an affable ne'er-do-well. Ma Kettle was the one who did everything. She was the better shot with the shotgun and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But they were about to lose their house, and Pa Kettle entered a local tobacco company slogan contest only because he was hoping to win a new tobacco pouch. But they wound up winning the grand prize, which was a new modern house with all of the conveniences. And the show is basically about Pa Kettle not understanding anything that's going on in the new world, sort of like the Beverly Hillbillies with the cement pond. You know what I mean?
Very
so
nice.
I'm going to go with the Appalachian family embodied by Ma and Pa Kettle and the Beverly Hillbillies.
That's a great one. Boy, these are good answers today. I'm glad I picked this, all in the honor of Scott Jennings, who was our guest right at the top of the show. We'll play a little bit of what he said about the elderly Michael Douglas and how this has come up. He's coming to town 1 week from today, and we'll have him to ourselves. You'll have him, too, if you get the meet and greet package. That's what I recommend. Go to 1210WPHT.com. You want to get his book. And he talks about, he talked today about Elon Musk. And I just, I've interviewed thousands of people, but an Elon Musk interview, I think that's got to be a little bit tricky. So I'm going to be interested to draw him out and talk about what Musk wanted to talk about and how that worked. It's a rare interview, too, to have that. And, of course, he's got extensive Trump in his book. And he's setting the other side on fire. I mean, there's Jennings derangement syndrome, but people wanting to take him off CNN. I don't know this for a fact. I think he can stay on CNN and still be on CBS. And if he were on CBS, I don't know the role. That would, I would put him on the morning show to be one of the co-hosts. And he doesn't have to do just straight up. I think he could interview. He could do all kinds of things. And I believe you get sometimes the most controversy or the most interest by swerving into stuff that really doesn't have too much to do with politics. Like, we talk sports here. Henry, I haven't given you a chance on this. I would move heaven. I'm serious on that. I'd move heaven and earth. These kids, they're younger. I don't know if I call them kids. They may be in their 20s. You throw eggs at the house of a guy, anything that happens to you, that's nothing's out of bounds. And that's it. I don't care if Patullo sucks, which we're not really sure. Even if you're expert, you're not sure because you're not inside the dynamic of what happens. I think he's relatively mediocre, but it's reached a point now in Philadelphia where you go to a guy's house in Morristown, and it sounds like a good bunch of people, and throw eggs at his house with his family there.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. And it doesn't matter who it is. Like, you throw eggs at someone's house, you're going to get caught, whether you TP it, whether you egg it, whatever, no matter what you do.
Yeah, exactly.
You're going to get caught no matter who it is.
Yeah. And I see they've somehow or another commandeered one of those road signs. Somebody knows how to operate it down at the ballpark. Fire Kevin Patullo.
Oh, yeah.
You got to accept, this is going to be difficult. You get that job that you love, put your life into it, et cetera. And I don't know that he's the only element of this. And it makes it look bad for the average Philadelphia fan, not just football. These national lazy people. There they go again. Philadelphia was left off the list of the top 6 or 5 best sports towns in America. It is one of the best sports.
They did that to intentionally enrage us.
Then
Totally.
it got everybody enraged.
Rage bait. What are they going for? They're going for clicks,
I
replies
heard
on
what
the
you
story.
called that.
Yeah.
Rage bait is the word of the year by Oxford.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, Oxford.
Oh, that's awesome.
I've been saving that one up. I thought it was kind of random or in the weeds.
I thought it'd be old. I always feel like the dictionary is always like a year or two late.
You
to those
know,
words.
I'm looking at this thing here again with the cabinet. How does the guy from North Dakota sit next to Rubio and not RFK Jr.? RFK Jr. is 2 spots over from the president. He's the most consequential guy. He really is. I'm not saying he's the best. I think Besson is the best.
And Vance is way on the other side as well.
Yeah, and he's
too.
on the other side over there with the Alder. Yeah. I don't get it.
We're talking about Doug Burgum?
Yeah, get
Right?
Bergen
Yeah.
out of there. And definitely that Lutnick guy, put him at the kids' table. Have a smaller table there, for the second rank of these people. And McMahon is in a prominent position. She's head up an organization that she's shutting down. Who does and Bondi's on the other side of the table. She's the other important.
Yeah, maybe there's no savesies or anything. Maybe it's just show
Yeah,
up. There's
you
no
show
assigned
up and-
seat. It's just whoever gets there first. Like, I got the seat next to Trump. Let's go.
Some of them have
Right.
briefing books. Others look like, I'll wing it. I'll just
Yeah,
make it
I'm
up.
not speaking in this meeting.
Yeah, I'm not making
I don't even know why it's on my schedule.
Yeah, the small business personnel is at the table. How's that a cabinet position? Come on. I love small business, but come on. That's not a cabinet position. Table ought to be like 4 or 5 people and not Lutnick. All righty. 855-839-1210. 1:30. John Yu. Love this guy. He's one of the best we can bring you. I'm sure Rich would agree. And I think he thinks the second drone shot, certainly the third, there apparently could have been 3 altogether, would be violative. Is it? But it appears that Hegseth did not give the order. So that makes this even more bad reporting by the Washington Post, and the New York Times is the one correcting it. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is just push pound 1210.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying...
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Whether it's midfield or in the red zone, our hometown team can handle anything thrown their way. That's why PNC is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and support the team's dedication to smart tested tactics. Being adaptable and preparing a solid strategy pays off. And just like any big game, when it comes to your finances, there is a lot on the line. Having a dependable team allows you to make the plays you need to reach your goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here, and the holidays are back yet again, and gifting gifts sometimes becomes a bit mundane. So how about you change it up this year with my friends from Omaha Steaks, because they deliver the world's best steak experience. And when you use omahasteaks.com, make sure you use the promo code NICK, that's N-I-C-K, at checkout to get an extra $35 off of your order. And when we're talking about gifting steaks for the holidays, does it get any better than that ribeye with the beautiful marble or a beautiful New York strip steak? I think not. But it goes beyond beef. They have burgers, chicken, pork, seafood, and of course, all of your delectable desserts. Save big on unforgettable gifts with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com for 50% off site-wide and an extra 20% off select favorites during their cyber sale. That's omahasteaks.com. Promo code NICK at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Wet weather today that brought snow to some parts of the far northern and western suburbs. Philadelphia police officer Andy Chan has died 6 years after he was struck by a van while riding his police motorcycle. And Eagles offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo's home was egged after the team's loss to the Bears on Friday.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. I'm going to play you the New York Post correspondent. Last name is Moynihan on CNN last night, making a good point. If you're going to comment on what's happening here with Hegseth, the drug boats, legalities, and all that, the price of admission. What did you say when President Obama, I think I have it here in my notes today, one figure, one guesstimate droned, it's hard to believe, I didn't even know it was this high, 540 drone strikes, 540 for the Obama administration. If you were critical of drones that killed young kids when we're trying to get a terror, I was not. I'm consistent. I understood what Obama had to do, and he did it, and I'm on board. I'm not like Rand Paul, that one guy running around in Yemen. He's an American citizen. We have to bring him into a court of law. No, we not. Bang! This is the guy that was very effective on the internet, radicalizing people to kill Americans. Nope, buddy, we're going to take you out. Right there. We know who it was, and we did it. Here is Moynihan making the point. What did you say when Obama was doing this?
Well, one thing I would note is every lawmaker you played started their thought by saying, if this is true. And the fact of the matter is there is a lot in dispute tonight. We don't know the answers to everything. And Batya raised an important point that there is a difference between disabling a boat and destroying it. If it was only disabled under the laws of war, actually, they would have potentially been able to make that a mission a military target. But I think a couple important points to make here more generally is, it's interesting to hear the media talking about this breathlessly for hours and hours when, Biden or Obama drone striked. The only thing that needed to happen was John Kirby would go on TV and say, oh, we made a mistake. We're learning from it. And nobody batted an eye. And yet now this has become the biggest. This has become the biggest story, though.
It's actually not true that no one batted an eye at Obama's highly controversial drone strikes. That's the first thing.
No, and in fact, in the al-Awlaki strike, which was probably one of his.
Well, I don't remember it that way. There wasn't talk of war crimes. If people said, that's not good, not kosher, were they talking about going after Obama, impeaching, taking him out of office, 540 drone strikes? No. My point being, that's the lens if you're critical of what's happening here. Now, Rand Paul claims that 21% of boats stopped involving Venezuela, he says, did not have drugs. But Rand, we're not talking about fishing boats and everything else. We're talking high speed, obvious. The accoutrements of these boats are unbelievable. When you see that in these situations, you see how they're racing toward that. You know what's going on here. That's good enough for me. I don't know if John Yoo will agree with that. He'll be coming up momentarily. Newman Price on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Newman, welcome in.
Hey, Dom. Hope you guys are doing well today.
Thank you. You too.
I first have to correct you, man. It's Appalachian, not Appalachian. And as a Yankee that lived down there for 2 decades, I was corrected when I first moved down there and mispronounced it myself.
Well, now, wait a minute. I pronounced both, to be fair, but I was mocking the Appalachia. I thought that was just to be politically correct. You're saying the people there actually say that.
They do. And the difference is the third A is a short A, not a long A. I was told that, and I learned quickly how to say it because I lived down there I adopted a pretty rustic lifestyle. My closest neighbor was 2 miles away when I lived down there. So believe me when I
now, wait a minute. You're a tech guy and all that. How the heck do you be living in Appalachia?
A long story, Dom. I've lived several lifetimes.
Okay.
But I know you've got John Yoo coming up, so I'll make it brief. My side question answer is, and I think a lot of people can visualize this. You've got a hillbilly in some overalls with a straw hat chewing on straw while he's sitting next to his still waiting for his moonshine.
Absolutely. That is a good one. Thank you, Newman, very much. And then the people transporting that, trying to outrun the law. Bootleggers, that kind of thing. And I never got to interview Richard Petty, the all-timer, because he got to interview him in person. His hearing was so bad. But just being in there with a AAA driver, oh, my God. And imagine these guys drafting at each other. I was on the Charlotte 600 Speedway. Yeah. And the guy goes, we got a good 18 inches with the wall. What are you talking about? We're going 0 to 160 and sound like in a second. I don't have the burn suit on. He does.
Oh, so obviously he's fine with it.
Yeah, that's right. If he's not going to burn up, yeah. And Joey Vento having 3 guys take him in the window and out of the window, to get out. Yeah. I think I was able to get in. I could see how you get in. I know how to grab one and get in. But getting out that way, not good. I failed at that.
Really got to get the legs up there.
Yeah, right. They had to help me out. I couldn't figure that out to get out of the car. Getting in, I can do. But it was the end of the day, and he said, do you really want to go around? We got this driver here. The other driver's gone. Yeah, let's do it. My eyes were shut 90% of it.
Oh.
All right, coming up, we're going to have John Yoo. We love this guy. Philadelphia native, great credibility, attorney John Yoo, and he was the Bush architect of the uncomfortable interrogation, or words to that effect. He said on Fox yesterday, he thinks the second or third strike here, we believe it could be 3 now, were violative. But I'll ask him about the whole proposition of taking out these drug boats. Rand Paul says 21% of boats stopped did not have drugs. And I know Rand Paul's critical of this whole thing. He says there's got to be a trial. No, I mean, how in the world are we doing it? How would Obama have done that? He hit the guy in Yemen, and the world is a better place. Thank God he did it. But Obama did not face what we're talking about here. 540 drone strikes, a wedding party with kids there. It was their one shot. They took it. I wasn't going to hold it against them. But they would have you believe that people were outraged. They weren't. They might have said, we don't like that, but it's Obama. Come on, move on. All right, phone lines. Hit us on the side, too. 855-839-1210.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
At Audien Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Cyber Monday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Cyber Monday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, this is Larry Snyder with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. I want you to come away with me to stunningly beautiful Portugal for 10 days next spring. If you've loved our past events, go to conservativetours.com. This one is the best ever in my opinion. We will spend these days together touring the wineries, rivaling the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort for the event along with 4-star accommodations. $57.38, yes, that includes your airfare from Philadelphia, the Bellum Tower, Geronimo's Monastery, the fun of just strolling Alfama's cobblestone passages, just brimming with those seafood restaurants, Abidos and Fatima, the elegance of Coimbra. Call now, 888-733-9494. ConservativeTours.com, Spain and Italy. What an incredible trip. ConservativeTours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select Steel tools. Shop online or in store. Steel.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. John Yoo, of course, is an esteemed professor. I'll give you his credits in a moment when we have him lined up here at University of California at Berkeley. Non-resident senior fellow, American Enterprise Institution, golden stuff, and a guy who was the architect, and there was a lot of fire then. I forget, was he the solicitor, legal advisor, of what they did at Gitmo, as far as enhanced, I guess they called it enhanced interrogation. And some of it really caused a firestorm, and I think it was absolutely necessary. So to some, it's kind of surprising maybe that on Fox yesterday, he saw the second strike in the drug boat. And we believe now, according to some reports, there was more than one drone shot after the first one would be violative. If those are the facts, if those are based upon where we are. I don't know what he thinks of the overall strategy of this, but let's have him play out and tell you what he thinks is operational here. Because, again, we're not bringing on someone just attacking the president. John Yoo has been through this himself. He has been through a lot of this in his role with the Bush administration. You may remember it. And Gitmo, which turned out to be a great place to send these people, some of whom are still there, and that's where they should remain, other than some of them should get the death penalty. Well, most of them. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. You get in, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. John's usually pretty prompt, but we'll get him here in a moment. I bet he's finishing up an interview. Because you don't get a guy. Now, what about Rand Paul? How do we feel about, look, I still love, in theory, Rand Paul, but you know Rand Paul is not exactly the most easy to deal with the reality of the situation versus what he says is a principle. I think the operational principle here is protecting American lives. I think the Mexican drug cartels are more of a threat. Now, they are inside the sovereign country. These people are on the open sea, so there's a difference.
But hitting the drug cartels, Ron DeSantis and others have said that's exactly what they would do in Mexico. Drone attack. We're not going to put boots on the ground involved in this. And that's where fentanyl comes through. And a couple of things on this. One, with fentanyl, one of the big differences is you have people that are not addicted to drugs per se, that may come in contact with fentanyl one way or the other and die from that. Then you do have people that have become addicted and die from that. And the death toll for Americans is astounding. Now, we have work to do in this country to turn people away from wanting to do that. But at the same time, we should be preventing that from coming into the country. You know, and I'm glad with Trump that we don't hear people trying to say the phony war on drugs. What are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to just accept it, particularly when we've shut down the border, which is a good start? Now we're on to the other methodology they would use to get into the country, the high seas. Okay? It seems to be primarily cocaine. I'm not so sure how effective they are, but I think they still are with getting drugs into the country. Are we supposed to say, hey, the war on drugs is phony? Don't do anything? Is that what we're supposed to do? I'm not talking about marijuana. We're talking fentanyl here. Marijuana is a different case. America has spoken on that, and I think America wants to adult legalize it, the whole thing, like in Jersey. But fentanyl is a much different thing. Heroin, a much different thing. You see what goes on in Kensington. 855-839-1210. No, we're not going to give up on this. And Trump really hasn't gotten as much pushback on that because people see he's taking bold strokes to get at this. The bold stroke, I would say, though, and I guess he can't do it now, given all the heat on this, is to hit the Mexican drug cartels. They have been labeled narco-terrorists without a doubt. We have some sense of where they are. Publicly hit them, drone attacks. Mexico's not going to help. Oh, Mexico will be mad. All right, that's something to consider. All right, we'll get to John Yoo when we get him set up. I'm not sure. Usually he's pretty prompt. Let's go to John in Huntington Valley. Hey, John, welcome in.
Hey, Dom. So my side question is bluegrass, my friend.
Okay.
I'm not a big country music guy, but I love like Platt and Scruggs, all that kind of thing, the Grand Ole Opry. That reminds me of Appalachia.
Definitely. Bluegrass is the music of that every bit as much as country, yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing is, too, with this Hague-Seth boat deal with the illegal orders, Dom, you know as well as I do, they're just testing illegal orders before Trump wants to start more people in the cities and see how far he can go, keeping us under control when he has his Reichstag moment.
All right, the Reichstag moment. Mark that down today, Henry. Those of you keeping score. Now, John's the guy who talked about the Nuremberg trials after all this is done. Now he's going full Reichstag.
Oh, boy.
Let's go to esteemed professor here, John Yoo, Philly native, distinguished visiting professor, School of Public Leadership at the University of Texas at Austin now, and the Emanuel S. Heller Chair in the law, distinguished professor of law, University of California at Berkeley, and non-resident senior fellow, American Enterprise Institute. This guy's exhausted before he gets up, just putting, honey, here are my credits walking down here. I just put row, Dom Giordano, Bloviator. That's my card. Have gun, we'll travel. Let's go to John Yoo on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, John, welcome in. Never a better day to have you. How you doing?
Good. Thanks for having me back. Look, I get exhausted. I can barely get out of bed thinking about the Eagles. That's what's keeping me low.
Well,
it's not
John,
my title. It's not the titles wearing me down. It's like, you, Dom, you're a bloviator, but I bet you could throw a short pass to Saquon Barkley with three yards and get it on his hands.
Well,
come on.
One of my accomplishments are my attempts in front of hundreds of listeners to throw a football 40 yards.
You don't have to throw it 40. You can't throw 4 yards. 4 yards is all we're asking
Well, John,
for.
just so you know, too, back home, we now have an attack on the house of Kevin Patullo, the offensive coordinator in Moorestown.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, people throwing eggs. Oh, so you've seen, not a good look. Yeah.
I was like, A, whatever happened to the ice balls? I mean, if you're going to throw ice balls at Jimmy Johnson's hairdo, you could spare some for the front door of the guy who ought to be moving along as offensive coordinator.
All right. So, John, given your background, listeners know your esteemed background, the advice, and I was at Gitmo, the first radio broadcast, et cetera. You have a unique position on this, and then your acumen in areas like this. So the first thing is, by and large, or however you want to put it, are these attacks on the drug boats? Does the president have the power to do that in the manner that we're doing that? What would your opinion be?
I think we do, but it's not because of why the administration publicly is justifying them. I don't think, and this is exactly the kind of questions we faced on 9/11 when I was at the Department of Justice about how to think about war. And the key decision that President Bush and all the leadership made at that time and was upheld by the Supreme Court was that war isn't just limited to other nations. It is possible to have a war with, for example, a foreign terrorist organization that has the power of a state. That's on the one end. At the other end, though, we don't use the methods of war to fight regular crime. Like, we don't use the armed forces to fight drug dealers. And so I think with the Trump administration, as they are, is out there saying we're going to war with drug traffickers, I don't think legally we can do that. We're not going to, use the military to grab and shoot people who work for drug cartels selling drugs on the corner street in Philadelphia. But what you can do is fight like a terrorist organization like Al-Qaeda, which was intertwined with the Taliban, which was the government of Afghanistan. You can fight drug cartels that are intertwined with the government of Venezuela. And what the Trump administration has said in court is that the president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, is the head of a drug cartel.
Right.
And that these drug cartels are acting as an arm of the Venezuelan government, and they're part of the Venezuelan military. If that's true, then we can fight them, and we're allowed to use armed force against their boats, their personnel, just like we can against their military.
All right, so we saw you on Fox, John, and given your background with listeners, too, they esteem you, without a doubt. You're in the camp, I think it's correct to say, the second drone hit, though, after the boat was hit. And apparently, John, according to stories today, New York Times, there might have been more than one drone after that. So we could be up to 3 or 4 drone hits. You think that could be violative? And if you do, why?
Yeah, so this is one thing to also realize is there's two kinds of laws of war. There's the laws of war about whether going to war is legal or not. Like you're saying, can we be at war with drug cartels or with Venezuela? You put that to one side. Then there is the question, how do you fight the war? Once the war started, whether it's legal or illegal is one question. That's separate from how do you fight the war. And, we have very little facts of what's going on here. What happened. And I'm sure we're going to learn more. Congress is going to have hearings or investigation, and we'll get the facts. But the U.S. Laws of War Manual, which is the way the Defense Department and the Armed Forces define and apply law, where they have said you cannot give orders that say no survivors. You can't give orders that say no quarters to be given. And you can't say we're going to fire on the wounded or we're going to shoot at the shipwrecked, people who are helpless and can't fight. The laws of war are clear. Ever since the Civil War, this has been part of the American rules of war. We don't shoot and we don't try to kill the shipwrecked, the wounded, people who are out of the fight. So if that order was really given, I would say, one, it's a legal order. But second, the admiral and the soldiers who carried it out should have refused. Because I think that is one thing that is one rule of the laws of war that's drilled into every member of the armed forces, from private all the way up to general, is you don't fire on the helpless, just like you don't deliberately shoot civilians. They're both in the same kind of protected category.
Even if they have been deemed by the Secretary of State, right? He has the power to do this. So, John, I'm just giving you the argument here. Even if that Rubio deems them terrorists, your argument would be they're prisoners of a sort or they're helpless. we can't take them out.
Yeah, exactly. So it'd make it easier. Suppose this is World War II, and our troops come upon a wounded German on the battlefield who's basically given up, or a wounded Japanese soldier and they're wounded and no longer fighting. Our rules and the other sides that we have fought against never follow the rules of war, but we do, and we've always said we won't fire on such people. And this is something, actually, it's a Philly story in a way. President Lincoln announced this during the Civil War. At the beginning of the war, he issued the orders for war. Philadelphia, has the Union League. It's one of the seats of the Union, the supporters of the Union. This was a big deal at the time of the Civil War that President Lincoln issued those rules for warfare. I think they worked on them in Philadelphia itself at that time.
Two other areas here, though. The argument, they're making another argument, or it seems to be sort of an argument. If there are drugs aboard that ship, and let's say they're clinging to some of the wreckage, but some of the ship's intact with the drugs, could you hit that because we don't want the drugs to be picked up by the cartel?
Yeah, that I think you could do. The protection is only for those people who are helpless. Of course, you could go back. You could finish off the boats. You could destroy their content. One thing that we're obviously doing here is we're trying to put up basically an embargo around Venezuela so that it can't feed its regime by selling drugs. So we're trying to stop the way they're trying to get money and resources. That's totally legitimate under the laws of war. There's no problem with that.
John, what about the order itself now? The claim this morning, at least Pete Hegseth and the Trump administration behind that, he just ordered the first strike is his position. He commends the admiral, but the admiral made the decision to finish this off. If there's a trail, what would Hegseth have to be aware of? In other words, what would put him in legal jeopardy here, do you think?
So it's really, as I think you're stressing, Dom, it's really important to know who said what to whom, what exactly the orders said.
Right.
So if the orders said, take out this drug boat, that's one thing. That's very different than the claim, I'm ordering you to carry a second strike to kill the shipwrecked.
Right.
And so I don't know what happened. We don't know yet. If Hegseth's implying I gave just this one general order that just said take out the boat, then he's not responsible if the lower commander, for the subordinate commander, took it upon himself to read that order to carry out this second strike. And so I don't think Hegseth would be liable. Now, I don't think people mention this, but I think if this has come up, I think what President Trump will likely do is pardon both Hegseth and the admiral if this resulted from, basically a misunderstanding from unclear orders, and also make sure that the people who carried out the actual strike are immunized from prosecution. And in fact, it's up to the president to make the decision whether to prosecute anybody or not. And he can make the decision in order that they not be prosecuted because he doesn't think they committed a war crime.
John, if you can answer, and if you can't, you can't still at this point in time. Do you remember people at Gitmo or related to the prisoner, the terrorist going there? Did any of them say this is illegal? Did any of them ever say they wanted to opt out of this? Yeah?
Of course. Look. People don't remember. You were there at the time. People don't remember. It's very much like there was a huge effort.
Oh yeah.
By the anti-war left to say none of what we did after 9/11 was legal. They went to the Supreme Court and said those guys at Gitmo are being illegally held. They should all be brought to the U.S. and get a jury trial and have lawyers.
Right, John. I'm asking the military people. Did any of them say I'm not going to carry out those orders?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't remember that happening.
Okay.
No, I don't either. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't remember that happening. And maybe it did, and I didn't know, but I don't recall people refusing to. Now, one thing is we went through this very detailed legal analysis of why it was a war, why we could hold people at Guantanamo, and that gave comfort to the people who carried it out. And the Supreme Court ultimately upheld it. Right? And there were a series of cases in 2003. The Supreme Court upheld that we could hold people at Guantanamo Bay, and that it was a war.
Was one of those enhanced techniques that was recommended or allowed waterboarding?
So you can tell from the memos that have been released that waterboarding was approved.
Okay.
And not at Guantanamo Bay, and not by the military, but by the CIA elsewhere.
Okay. I mean, I support it, but I have said I think it's torture, but I support it in my sense. I'm not using it as a legal term, as effective, as enhanced to get the information. And the people I talk with at Gitmo, I thought were doing a great job in using techniques that certainly were legal and actually getting results. So, John, what's the result of you on Fox, a national audience, saying what you've said? Given your background, is there any blowback? Are people supportive by and large?
I don't know, supportive or not supportive.
Yeah.
I think right now people just want to know what the rules are. Because we don't know the facts. We don't know what the orders were and who gave them to what. But I think all people want to know is, what do the laws of war actually say? And we're still just now we're talking in hypotheticals because we don't really know what happened. So I think right now people just want to know what are these laws of war? What do they require? Okay. And they expect that our military carries them out as they always have.
Exactly. Where do we find you, John? Where's the best place to go?
Oh, well, you're not going to find me watching Eagles games right now. I'm still so upset about I'm so upset about that.
It was
Chicago
bad,
Bears
Chicago.
Game.
It was bad, yeah. Are you coming back to town to see a game?
I mean, if I got called to see a game by somebody with tickets, of course I would show up. But gosh, it's too hard. It's hard to watch on TV. I actually turn the sound off these days and just watch I mean, I can't believe this. And they're going to be on Monday night, right? That's the next game. Is a
next
Monday night game.
And interesting game, to put it
against
mildly.
the Chargers.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, if they can't come out here to California and beat a bunch of fancy pants California people, it's 50 degrees and people are wearing down jackets out here. They think it's so cold. If they can't win them, they really ought to just wrap it up. I mean, it does feel like after that first Super Bowl run, the year after, I'm getting worried.
We are too. John, thank you as always very, very much. People really enjoy having you here.
Oh, my pleasure. Glad to come back anytime.
Thank you. John Yu here on Talk Radio 1210. All right, there you have it, the guide. And I try to wrap it for you if you forget what he was involved in, waterboarding. Okay, give me your response to John Yu, what he said, that this possibly is violative. We don't have all the facts, but the second strike would be violative in his legal opinion. 855-839-1210. Henry, Hegseth is speaking now on Fox. I don't know if we can get any of that sound. I'm not saying if he's saying anything here that's new in this whole regard, but the president is there and he is at the cabinet meeting going through. Here it is.
And I have empowered them to make that call. Now, the first couple of strikes, as you would, as any leader would want, you want to own that responsibility. So I said, I'm going to be the one to make the call after getting all the information and make sure it's the right strike. That was September 2nd. There's a lot of intelligence that goes into that, building that case and understanding that, a lot of people providing information. I watched that first strike live. As you can imagine, at the Department of War, we got a lot of things to do. So I didn't stick around for the hour and 2 hours, whatever, where all the sensitive site exploitation digitally occurs. So I moved on to my next meeting. A couple of hours later, I learned that commander had made which he had the complete authority to do, and by the way, Admiral Bradley made the correct decision to ultimately sink the boat and eliminate the threat. He sunk the boat, and eliminated the threat. And it was the right call. We have his back, and the American people are safer because narco-terrorists know you can't bring drugs through the water and eventually on land if necessary to the American people. We will eliminate that threat, and we're proud to do it.
So you didn't see any survivors, to be clear, after that first strike?
I did not personally see survivors, but I stand, because the thing was on fire. It was exploded in fire or smoke. You can't see anything. You got digital. This is called the fog of war. This is what you in the press don't understand. You sit in your air-conditioned offices or up on Capitol Hill and you nitpick and you plant fake stories in the Washington Post about kill everybody, phrases on anonymous sources not based in anything, not based in any truth at all. And then you want to throw out really irresponsible terms about American heroes, about the judgment that they made. I wrote a whole book on this topic because of what politicians and the press does to warfighters. President Trump has empowered commanders to do what is necessary, which is dark and difficult things in the dead of night on behalf of the American people. We support them, and we will stop the poisoning of the American people.
And Mr. Secretary, on the second strike, you said it happened more than an hour after the first. Did I hear it correctly?
I couldn't tell you the exact amount of time.
Minutes, or you went off the room, is what you're saying.
I already stated my answer quite clearly.
All right, so that's very new stuff here. We'll break that down. Then we'll take a break, but let me just give you what I heard him say there. So there was a period of time he had to go on to other duties. Now, this will be scrutinized under oath. We'll see. Let's take him at his word here. And the commander sees the ship on fire, so decides to hit it again. Now, I don't know if there'll be visuals where there are people that were blown up or the ship was blown up. They were clinging to wreckage. If that's the case and you hit it again, as Hegseth described it, that might pass muster. That sounds different than how the Washington Post is portraying it. So the devil's going to be in the details. Love to get your reaction to John Yoo, though, and a reaction to what Hegseth just said, which is first time I'm hearing that. That's very new with President Trump right next to him. All right, 855 Fog of War, too. 855-839-1210. Let's talk Dr. Bentz for a moment. My good friend, personal dental specialist and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz has exciting news to share. His daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, has successfully challenged and completed her board certification, and this is no small feat. Now, with over 11 years of training, 33 years of experience between them, it's thrilling to know that Dr. Emily Bentz joins Dr. Bentz in providing the very best in customized and innovative care for the most complex dental cases like mine. In addition to the exceptional general dentistry services provided by Dr. Sarah Coley Bentz. 3 Bentzes here, keep track, a true family affair. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care, perhaps a second opinion, and just great, you've heard me over the years talk about how lucky we are to have Dr. Bentz and his solution-oriented dentistry that other dentists send people to him. Just do what I did. Call Dr. Bentz, the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949, or visit their website at bentzdentalgroup.com. That's BENTZ dentalgroup.com.
Gold is around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. They're also buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 30 years with thousands of prior happy customers, licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening 5 days only, Monday through Friday in Cherry Hill at the Doubletree Hotel, in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, and in Media at the Hampton Inn. Gold is hot right now, so get yourself some cash for the holidays. Go to estatesroadshow.com. estatesroadshow.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Investors love to celebrate the market hitting record highs, but forget just how fast the market can drop to record lows.
Robert Turpak. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2014. Today, when I look at the stock market, it's doing very well right now, but the stock market always crashes and you lose money. Crash Proof Retirement gives me a wonderful peace of mind. I don't have to worry about the stock market going up and down. In 2025, I was earning 6%. I never lose that 6%. None of the vehicles have any kind of hidden fees or any upfront charges. I've never lost any money. I have positive returns and I have no trouble falling asleep at night.
Schedule an appointment or register for one of our next events at Springfield Country Club, December 9th. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
It is Dom time. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. You heard John Yoo, and then almost back-to-back, we got lucky. Pete Hegseth at the cabinet meeting said several new things, that the commander was empowered, this is the admiral, to make the decision. Now, this will all be checked out. We'll see. Devil in the details. He had to go on to other business rather than wait around until they could ascertain stuff for an hour or two, is what Secretary of War Hegseth said. So we have that. And then he said, fog of war, you guys are in air-conditioned rooms, maybe well-heated rooms. I don't know. That might be the thing now. And the ship was on fire, so it's hard to tell. All these things make a better case, do they not, for both the Admiral and Pete Hegseth? But we're told that there may have been 3 drone strikes, not just 2, that are involved. And you heard John Yoo. He said, based upon the facts as he sees it. And just so you know the background, because it's been a while, he was the guy most under fire. We talked about at the end, endorsing what I think I don't care what you say, it's torture. But I supported it for what we had to do to protect American lives. I know that the military, apparently some are waterboarded and all that. It is a ghastly thing psychologically, but I support it. And Hegseth made a better case than what we've seen before if the details match up. And I'm sure there's going to be footage of this, there's going to be transcripts, there's going to be everything else. And so far, there's some sensibility to what he's saying. So these people are not in the water with wreckage. We talked about the ship being on fire. These are relatively small boats, and I just don't understand how drone strikes don't just decimate them. I guess that's possible because the admiral apparently went with another strike and then another strike. Hegseth said he's the commander on the scene. I'd empowered him to do this. So the argument would be he did it on his own volition. He didn't have to do it. But they support him in this. And I've heard the argument, hey, if there still were a lot of drugs on board, then you don't want the cartel to swoop in and get the drugs. The only argument, I would take it a step further, that it's time, if we're serious about fentanyl, more pressure on the Chinese. And I realize that's tough. They're an existential threat to the world. You can only pressure them or leverage them in a limited number of ways. We've allowed them to grow too big. It's hard. But Mexico, no. Mexico is a narco state. They have been for a while. When I was there, I thought they were a narco state run by these terrorists, essentially. You play ball with them or they kill you. Hitting the cartels in Mexico with drone attacks, I think we could do that pretty well. So if we're serious about this, plus the Honduran that the president pardoned, I get it. Joe Biden is the argument. This was punishment and all. I don't see it that way. I think it's a bad look to be pardoning him when we are legitimately trying to fight the war on drugs. And as far as the war on drugs, I've always thought, well, what's the other side say to do? Just throw up your hands. We shouldn't be fighting it. Now, marijuana has been taken out of the equation. Doesn't that weaken the side that says, oh, you can't fight this, people want? Okay, we've taken marijuana out. I'll stipulate that, at least in places like Jersey. We're saying, no, adults want it recreational. Okay, we see the hazards, but we voted on it. The upside, downside, we think there's more upside to allowing it than not. That's where it is. Doesn't that take out of the equation what used to be an argument? Surely, people saying the war on drugs, we shouldn't be going after fentanyl. All right, so the cabinet meeting has just broken up. Guys, be on the alert. I'm watching here. President Trump is going to make an announcement soon. By the way, if we have this clip, if you guys could possibly find it, Fox is running the headline here. I don't want Somalians in our country. That's causing some controversy. From President Trump, I want to see the context of this. I don't want Somalians in the country. And he's right that Venezuela is sending murders to our nation. The gangs. Remember Skeletor on ABC telling the vice president, only one housing complex they've taken. Only one. This is America. They don't get to take over a room in America. Every one of them ought to be out. We ought to be tracking them first. But Trump saying he doesn't want Somalians in the country. And we've talked about the scandal going on in Minnesota right now. So we'll see if we can find that here in a minute. A lot of breaking stuff. President Trump talking about he didn't know about the second strike on the narco boat. But Hegseth made a better case today than we've seen, which is fog of war. The admiral was in charge. I had other business. He went with the second shot. He seemed to suggest it was an hour later. I don't know. It's all going to be documented. There will be devil in the details. That's where the battle's going to be. But if the admiral is empowered to make the decision, if that's factual and we have evidence of that, then how in the world is he forced, as Mark Kelly would say, to obey an illegal order? He's the one making the decision here. Now, whoever actually fires the drone, you could claim they're being forced to make an order. And the drone could be fired from anywhere. So we don't know exactly. All right, 855-839-1210. You'll get a line. Let me go to Chef Dave in Oak Lynn on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Dave, go right ahead.
Hey, Dom, how are you?
Good.
Well, I was watching a documentary the other night on Peleliu, the battle in the Pacific,
Yes.
and they were talking to Eugene Sledge's son.
Mm-hmm.
And in Eugene Sledge's book, he says the Japanese would come out of the caves with their hands up,
Mm-hmm.
and when you would come over to capture them, they would lift their hand up underneath their armpits or hand grenades. They'd blow you up. So basically, after that, they just told you shoot them. Don't even waste your time anymore.
Well, in situations like that where you have, it all depends upon the circumstances. Absolutely. That is a very risky thing to be doing. And I think there's a lot of leeway there. But, Dave, what's that have to do with what happens here with these people?
Well, these people, listen, you blow up the boat.
Yes.
If they're in the water and they want to surrender, you capture them. If they don't want to surrender, you leave them to drown like we used to do with the Japanese in the Pacific.
Well, it gets down to the details here, though. You heard what we told you Hegseth, we played what Hegseth said. And the admiral was the one that made the decision. It seems to be pretty clear here.
Well, then if the admiral made the decision, he's the one there, so it's his call, and it's just.
Okay.
And during the Korean War, my father disobeyed an order.
Mm-hmm.
Because my father was guarding prisoners on Kogyo Island in South Korea. So at night, if they had to go to the bathroom, they lit him out of the hut, they would walk him to the John, and they would come back. And a drunk lieutenant came up to my father and said, "What's he doing out of the hut?" My father said, "I had to take a dump." And he said, "Shoot him." And my father said, "No, I'm not shooting him." And the guy tried to take his M1, and my father said, "No, I'm not shooting him."
Wow.
I'm not shooting the guy.
That is a very tough situation. So how about your side today, Dave? What do you have?
Sergeant York, born in Pall Mall, Tennessee, in the Appalachian Plateaus up there. He was a conscientious ejector when he got drafted, and then when he got to France, his commander told him to read the Bible. He read the Bible, and he found that if you're on the good side, you're just. And he basically talked the German major into surrendering 132 men and 35 machine guns. And he won the Congressional Medal of Honor.
Yeah, he's one of the most famous. There's a very good one. Nice backstory, too. Thank you, Chef Dave. All right, here's the president. Here's President Trump taking questions after the cabinet meeting. We're still waiting to hear what the announcement is. We'll bring you that if that happens anytime in this hour. Here's what he said about the Somalians.
I'm understanding, and you're going to look at that. I hear they ripped off Somalians, ripped off that state for billions of dollars, billions, every year, billions of dollars, and they contribute nothing. The welfare is like 88%. They contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you, okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country's no good for a reason. Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country. I could say that about other countries, too.
All right, keep that quip. Very rarely do you hear anybody, particularly a president, I don't want them in our country. All right, here we go. I don't know about that 88% figure. That seems wildly high, but it is just, look, you have a group of people there, by and large, Ilhan Omar, they elect overwhelmingly. What does that tell you? They also have no sense of assimilation or little sense of assimilation. Religion drives it too. Told you the story of the Somalian taxi cab drivers refusing to pick up people if they thought they bought liquor at the duty-free shop. Hey, where do you think you are? That's not a religious right. You're a cab service. You don't get to determine that I have liquor here that I bought. You don't like liquor. You're not getting in my cab. You have no right there. This is the type of nonsense they do. But Trump blatantly saying, I don't want them in the country. Oh, man, there's going to be repercussions from that. All right, first, though, before we do anything else with all this breaking news, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
And once again, Walter Koss comes through. You'll win a pair of tickets to see Chicago and Styx, July 21st, 2026 at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale 10 a.m. on Friday, December 5th at Ticketmaster.com. Okay, Henry.
Yeah, Dom. So today we are asking for something associated, someone or something associated with Appalachia, whatever you want to call it. And I'd say a song that is very well known and very well heavily associated with the area would be Take Me Home Country Roads by John Denver. Believe it or not, this song has been covered in many languages all over the world.
Oh, my goodness.
I ask you, Dom Giordano, how do you want to, help the audience today? Which door are we picking today? I'm going to ask you here. Do we go behind door number 1, door number 2, or door number 3 for today's Money Melody?
Oh,
I'm asking you. Yeah, I have an abundance of riches with languages here. I want you to pick.
Let's go with door number 1, Monty.
All right, door number 1 it is. All right, so this language, not spoken in a lot of places in the world, but I'll tell you something about this country. If you were in this country listening to this version of Take Me Home Country Roads, you would probably be relaxing in a hot spring in the cold, cold air, watching the Northern Lights. And I'm just going to leave it at that for now. I want the name of this country or the language it's being sang in for Take Me Home Country Roads. Let's take a listen.
I love the graphics.
The musicality's pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Maybe not the voice. It's a Nordic language, too. I'll say that.
These guys are in Nordic talking about West Virginia. Appalachia's a side question. Hit us with that. It's a great prize. You'll see Chicago. Chicago and Styx are both there. Wow.
Yeah. You know where they've been in the last 2 years, too? Bloomsburg.
Okay. All right. Chicago and Styx, July 21st. Get those tickets now. 855-839-1210. You get on board. We're awaiting the president's announcement. It could be the new Fed head. After you say, I don't want the Somalians in the country, I'll tell you, I don't know what else is news on a day like that. Well, Peter Hegseth, Fog of War. We got that, and we heard from John Yoo. 855-839-1210.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind. knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
There's a reason the potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd. To the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Start your collectible coin journey today with the first ever Seuss coin. Hip, hip, hooray! The Grinch is here for all to see. DrSeussCoins.com kicks off your collecting spree. Now, for the first time ever, Rare Collectibles TV has licensed Dr. Seuss's beloved creations, making them come to life on collectible, adorable coins. Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 examples have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com, DrSeussCoins.com.
From Chester Springs to Clemington, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, I chose door number 1 on Henry's Mad Fest today of Dom's Money Melody, and the language he said was Nordic. Talking about Country Rose cover. Here's how it sounded.
Warm springs and cold nights, Dom.
All right, there's Alan in Bucks County. They have some rural land there in Bucks County. All right, what's the country or the language, Henry? Which one do you want? Either one?
Either one.
Would that
Either
be
one.
Would that be Iceland?
Reykjavik. All right, I'll put you on hold there. You know, the beauties of Iceland. Why do I want to go to Iceland? No, not really.
Oh, I want to. I want to badly, yeah.
God, no.
It's on
if
the
they have
mind today.
beaches, if there's a summer there, which I doubt. All right, so Alan's the winner, and I think tomorrow we'll have the same prize again.
Yes.
Chicago and Styx, July 21. You'll have a chance around 2:14, 2:13 tomorrow. All right, your call's coming up. I'm going to play you a few minutes. We had Scott on today, Scott Jennings. It was great stuff, particularly what he said about the Douglases taking on the son. The son, he said, was fine, but the mama and maybe the dad not liking how he destroyed him on CNN. Now, Scott is coming a week from today. We're down to a week from today. Colonial Theater with me. If you haven't been to Politics and Pints, this is a really special one. This guy is as hot as anybody out there, the stuff that he's involved in. The book is great. I tell you, choose the meet and greet option. You get to meet Scott backstage, talk with him, also get the book and get the Christmas ornament from Talk Radio 1210. One place to do it, go to our website, 1210WPHT.com. Fabulous night. This guy's a key player. There's a lot he has to say about Trump, about Musk, about things like CBS talking with him, about, he called it being in the cage today on that 10 o'clock show on CNN. That's why it's great. I agree with him. Why is there not a real debate show on Fox? Well, maybe you don't want to see that. Maybe you just want to have a token liberal on there get beaten up. I'd rather see no holds barred. The cage, I'd actually like to see the cage brought in there. Bring him in.
Cell.
Yeah. It would work on Fox or MSNBC or anywhere else. They just can't find anybody that can really joust with this guy. I have not seen one single person on there. Van Jones, because they get along, they had a good back and forth, but usually it's people saying dopey stuff. It's like bowling. He gets a knock over the pins. We'll see you, though. If you haven't been to Politics and Pints before, if you have been, you know what I'm talking. It's a camaraderie. It's the fun of the night. We'll take your questions, particularly with Scott Jennings. All right, couldn't have come together better. Go to 1210WPHT.com. By the way, Dan Crenshaw defends the alleged double tap strike. All right, doing that the second time around. Henry, you can put him on your list. He's come on the show before. I know there are people that hate him as a globalist, but he is a military guy, and I give a lot of credit to him. We did a Politics and Pints during COVID with him, online, and he defends this, the September 2nd attack. And again, I'm watching in real time as the boat is hit. I don't understand how there could be anybody left, but apparently there were survivors. Now, we droned it again a second or third time is the argument. Hegseth saying the boat was on fire, and I'm watching it. It appears to be on fire. You were unable to tell if there were any survivors. So I don't see anybody overboard or anything like that. Do you not get to strike it a second time to make sure you've stopped the boat? The boat is on fire, but it still looks like it's moving forward, and it's filled up with drugs. Now, we're going to Zapruder film this when the hearings happen, and there should be a hearing on this. But Hegseth putting a different light on it. And you heard John Yoo. He doesn't believe you could hit in that circumstance, although he did offer up that if you have reason to believe it's still operational, something of that nature, then you certainly do. And he supported the idea of hitting the drones, using the drones that were at war with a nation state that's a narco state, and that is Venezuela. So absolutely, you have the ability to hit it. 855-839-1210, you get in. Let's go to Joe of Exton. Hey, Joe, afternoon.
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon. The American composer, Aaron Copland, wrote the score to his ballet, which he called Appalachian Spring.
I didn't know that.
Well, you know it now.
Thank you, Joe. Aaron Copland writing about Appalachia? Wow. I didn't know that. Did he say Appalachia then? I don't remember people saying Appalachia. That's more of the
No,
last
I never
50
heard.
years.
I was always Appalachia.
Yeah. It was
Same.
always the Appalachian Trail. Now, the Appalachian where the mob was, when they met in New York, that was Appalachia too.
Yeah.
They didn't say the mob saying, I better say Appalachia. Don't say Appalachia here, Bugsy. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. I'll hit you a few minutes of what we got from Scott Jennings today. Very much excited here for this Politics and Pints. We've had some great ones over the years. Rich recently had Jack Carr. If you've been to that one, these are camaraderie events. The bar part of it, the drinking part, certainly adds to the flavor of it. But that meet and greet is what you really want to do, rather than just the onstage presence. And I've seen the Don Trump Jr. was unbelievable, the number of people that we got in there for the meet and greet. Already, I'd say it's like 45, 48 people on the meet and greet list. You want to be part of that with Scott Jennings, the hottest guy out there. Get your tickets. Go to 1210WPHT.com. 1210WPHT.com. Hey, now at Rescue Natural Supplements, you can take advantage of their huge Black Friday savings. We're talking discounts up to 80% off on high-quality, carefully crafted natural formulas for just about all of your health and wellness needs for over 40 years now. Rescue has used clinically tested vitamins, nutrients, antioxidants, patented ingredients to perfect their all-natural supplement blends. Don't wait to grab exactly what you need at all-time great discounts. This Black Friday sale ends Tuesday at midnight. You'll get popular supplements from immunity boosters and blood pressure health to natural brain focus and energy enhancers. That's right, you'll get slash prices up to 80% off on Rescue's wide array of wellness products like trusted cholesterol support or high-intensity omega-3s. Stop waiting to improve your well-being and get these limited-time deals at res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483 or online at res-q.com for up to 80% off until this Tuesday, today at midnight. Shop today, save, and start actually feeling better with high-quality health essentials.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too.
Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2, and you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Venaria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Venaria is and has been my dentist also. And you know, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
This December, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can get 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, this sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Visit windownation.com.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, Tom Giordano show. Remember that frenzy around Real ID? And I was going to go to Charleston. Passport had expired. Thank God I got it expedited. The day before, I had it all timed out. I'm going to go to the Norristown office. They can't possibly be this crazy and overwhelming. Well, a guy at Newsweek writing about what I said yesterday even more. Now the government will charge you a $45 fee to go through enhanced security screening. The Real ID law is one of the great running hits in the American theater of the absurd. Congress passed the bill in 2005 on national security grounds. 2005. They force everyone to go to the DMV, wait in line for a new driver's license with a little star on it for a fee, of course. The whole thing takes 20 years to implement. Now that most of us have finally jumped through all these hoops, they tell us you can bypass the law. A law they spent 2 decades telling us was a critical part of the post-9/11 security world. If you show out a few bucks to the TSA, you're cleared. Thankfully, the terrorists don't have access to $45 or else we'd be in trouble. All right, think about this now, the nonsense. That's exactly right. So after all this is said and done, look, I know there's some cost. That's a pain if you wanted to fly and you didn't get the Real ID. The percentages in some states are very high, much higher than I think in Pennsylvania, of what finally happened here. And I bet among listeners, I'll take the over and under. It's under 50%. I might go under 40. All right, 855-839-1210. So after all that, 20 years in the making, they say, never mind, $45. There you go. That's what you can do, and you don't need the Real ID. So what is all this about terrorists and maniacs getting CDL licenses and a Real ID? The guy writing this at Newsweek is saying exactly what we've been saying. All right, here's a little bit. At the top of the show today, we had on Scott Jennings. And you know you've broken through that this guy is becoming recognized when word gets out there that Catherine Zeta-Jones and Michael Douglas are not happy with the way that Scott Jennings dismantled, and Jennings loves to use the word dismantled, their son, who's about 23, 24, 25, something like that, and has a podcast because of the Douglas name, Dylan Douglas. Listen to what Jennings told me, and remember, this is just a snippet. We'll be having him for an hour and a half on stage after the meet and greet 1 week from today. Tickets 1210WPHT.com. Listen to what this is like. Say, Scott, welcome back. How's that movie reviewing going?
Dom, well, it's going great, and I've been as surprised as anyone to find myself in a public tit for tat with Catherine Zeta-Jones and her elderly husband, Michael Douglas. But that's exactly where I find myself
Wait a minute.
today.
Let's underline that. Shots fired again, elderly husband. Henry, pull that and send it to the Scott Show so he can use it for a drop this afternoon.
He's like 80-something years old. She's like 56, which is great. And anyway, their little son, Dylan, came on CNN the other night, and we had a debate. And, of course, like a lot of liberals, he wasn't ready to climb into the cage. And you know, I dismantled his silly arguments. And then in the tabloids over the weekend, they're saying that Catherine Zeta-Jones and Douglas are upset at CNN for putting him in this position of having had to debate me. So I've offered to take Catherine Zeta-Jones out to dinner to personally apologize. I haven't heard back yet, but we'll see.
Well, invite her to Phoenixville. They have a lot of great seafood restaurants, politics, and pints, where we'll be a week from today. The book truly has struck a chord, a revolution of common sense, how Donald Trump stormed Washington and fought for Western civilization. And again, when Zeta-Jones and people like that do that, Scott, you really have broken through from just the cable watch into big-time Hollywood. Tell me, with the tour, I think the high point, I know, is when you had your son Thatcher on CNN. As a dad who had my son, who was a budding talk show host at that point, in studio with me, I know how that feels, but not on CNN. That had to be good.
That was great. Thatch was out of school last week, and so he traveled with me up to D.C. He travels with me a lot, actually, and he's a trooper, and he sits through a lot of nonsense, but they just simply asked me at the end of the show, what's one thing that, you're thankful for? And I said, well, I'm thankful I get to travel with Thatch. And he kind of emerged from behind the column over there and gave me a hug on TV. And that was a pretty proud moment for me, because he's a good kid. And he goes a lot of places with Dad, and he sits through a lot of nonsense and a lot of boring stuff for a 10-year-old. And that was awesome.
All right,
Now,
Scott, there is
one
Scott
of the
Jennings, part 2. We'll play a little bit more tomorrow if you missed it. Again, I really want you to be part of it. This is a coup getting him for politics and pints. He's that much in demand. You'll have a blast. Bring everybody with you, and we'll take questions from the audience, of course. I did ask him at one point about Elon Musk, who's a lot in the book and a very difficult interview to get. I have not read it yet. I'm waiting on my copy of the book, but I'll tell you about it when I get it. All right, so get those tickets. Go to 1210WPHT.com, 1210WPHT.com. Joe in Columbus is with us next on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Dom. How are you?
Good.
Well, you give me a lot to think about when I'm on hold, but I'll keep it to one question. How old is Kathy and Mike's little bundle of joy that he was labeled as a little boy to come on CNN?
He's about 25 or 24, I think, Dylan. Yeah.
Well, shame on them. Shame on the mom and dad for subject.
Yeah, I agree with CNN putting him on because, look, they get eyeballs, and seeing the famous son and seeing what Doug, and then the story afterward is unbelievable. But the kid is ill-advised. I mean, you can't stand up to a guy like Jennings. I mean, my God.
Tom, his parents didn't give him the wherewithal to walk into that lion's den. And it's not CNN's fault. It's the parents' fault. And they come to their little boy's rescue, and it doesn't work out well.
No, I mean, the average liberal there, there's only 2 or 3 that could ever stand toe-to-toe with him. I don't think Ana Navarro does badly with him. I think that's a good sparring match. But by and large, instantly out of the box, they're dismantled. They don't know what to do. They're looking around. Help me, Abby Phillip. Help me.
Well, that's the kicker, Dom. They just assumed that CNN was going to protect their little bundle of joy.
Yeah. Well, she has really turned, Joe. We watched this because of how much I really like Scott Jennings. And 6 months ago, she tried to pretend to be neutral. Now she just goes after him. I don't know why, but that's what's happening.
And I'd love to know how he just doesn't. I got my question for next week.
Good.
I'll but I'll keep it up till that point. But, you know, this guy, he does a yeoman's job with everything that comes at him. My side answer is, and there's a lot of connotations and spin-offs to it that I won't mention, but I watch too much of the Discovery Channel, and I watch the bootleggers and how they get around in the woods of Appalachia to come up with their concoctions. You know, the smoke that comes out of their stills, how they never get caught, even though there's a camera in the cop car and there's a camera next to the still. I mean, come on. You know, how do you not go to the still camera guy and say, show me where these people are at, because we want to break their thing up.
Gotcha. Thank you, Joe. Yeah, it's an art. It's part of the local culture. You know, the cops are not working too hard. Around here, the place I think of, and it's changed, would be the Pine Barrens. The Pineys used to be what I think of as Appalachia. You know, but even that, there's been a lot of development now. I still think there's sections of the Pine Barrens where you would find it.
Yeah.
Then you have to go as far as you are to rural Pennsylvania to find it. So, yeah, it's becoming increasingly lesser. Hit us with that. Something Appalachia, something Appalachian. We've had some great ones, real or fictional, doesn't matter. You do it at 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. You just push pound 1210. Waiting to see if they respond with Jennings saying, and her elderly husband. He was sitting on that line. I'm sure he's saying it all over the country. Michael Douglas.
I hope so.
Yeah, if Catherine Zeta-Jones now jumps into the ring. Now, if you're CNN, you got to put her, can you imagine, 30 seconds. Who do you think could stand toe-to-toe with Scott Jennings on any number? I'll tell you who I think it is. Tarlow on the 5, because she will give ground, but she's going to aggressively go after him on some things. And he will give ground when he realizes, you know, there's no way out of this, and just move on quickly, though. They would be good. But isn't it better sport to see him sitting there making a face and leaning back like this? And then he called it being in the cage today.
I mean, doing that is half winning the argument. You just make the other person who's talking to you look like an idiot.
Yeah, exactly.
Just by looking at him.
Exactly. Well, you know, they're not used to it because they're not used to being against someone skilled. And everybody's got a plan. Mike Tyson has said it better than anybody, until you're punched in the mouth. You imagine, all right, this is how I'm going to fight Tyson. And the trainer's telling you, look, you don't know what this is like. And then he's on top of you immediately. And all you're thinking is, I don't want to die here. Get me out of here. Yeah. Similar to football. You know, everybody has something scripted until you're looking at the other team.
Yeah, those
and
first
things are
15.
not going,
those first 15 aren't going so well when you're going 3 and out 2 straight drives.
Yeah, I'd love to see Kevin Batulos. I mean, don't you have to take a look and say, all right, maybe we're not doing play 5 here? I don't get the scripting. I get it as a general rule.
It's more like a branch off thing. Like, it's not a set 15 plays. It's like more like, if this works, then we'll go to this one. If it doesn't work, we'll go to this one.
You know, being a play caller is like mixing a cocktail. You know, it's taking a look at everything, and you just have a gut sense. And some people don't.
This guy's putting ginger ale in his rum and coke.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. All right, 855-839-1210. Lightning round. Let's get a winner here on Talk Radio 1210.
Get high-quality furniture, your style, your way at Bucks County Estate Traders. Explore their massive Hatfield showroom featuring 16,000 meticulously inspected pieces. And for a truly custom look, ask about their expert upholstery service. Their talented team can breathe new life into your chosen piece, and their industry-leading staff provides a world-class guided experience. Find your perfect furniture perfectly customized, plus every item has a QR code to make shopping seamless. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Gold is around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. They're also buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 30 years with with thousands of prior happy customers, licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening 5 days only, Monday through Friday in Cherry Hill at the DoubleTree Hotel, in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, and in Media at the Hampton Inn. Gold is hot right now, so get yourself some cash for the holidays. Go to estatesroadshow.com. estatesroadshow.com.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, lightning round. Coming off Scott Jennings, who puts KY, Kentucky, after everything in his social media. He's very proud of that. You know, he's just from Kentucky. He's not a city slicker. Appalachia. Some great ones today. Let's go to Drew in Upper Darby. This is interesting. Hey, Drew, what's yours today?
Hey, Dom, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hey, Dom, this is not a stereotype. This is actually a true story. I read it somewhere or saw it on TV, but the youth of Appalachia, the young people, they consume so much Mountain Dew that is really an issue down the road for them with their teeth. They a lot of them have no teeth. They rot out. You know, Dom, you have to remember, I don't think there's many Dr. Bences in Appalachia.
Dr. Bentz, get over there right now. Play some of the music that Henry's been playing today in the background in your waiting room. You know, how the dentist choose that music? You know, what do you want to hear when you're going through something?
Sleep.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Bill in Bucks on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Bill.
Hey there, Dom. Good afternoon. I want to give you my side answer question. It's a country music territory down there. So it must be two pickers and a grinner.
All righty. We got you for that. All right, Kirk. Pretty good ones today here.
We might
right
have
out
one
of the
more
box.
late edition here.
And what's that?
Well, we'll have to get the answer here.
Oh yeah. Well, let's get the answer here. I was going to say Henry's would have been a winner. The stillness of Bloomsburg. I could have gone with that. Oh, Zenos. Oh my God, Zenos in Appalachia. It's like the Blues Brothers here are running amok. All right, Zenos, what's yours? We only have limited time.
Yes, we do, Dom. Good afternoon. There's a food when I was down here. It's a preserved food that's made there in the South. It's called chow chow.
and it's delicious. They preserve it. The ladies do it, and it's good. And that's not the only thing. The only thing about that is the people down here, Dom. They're so friendly. They're so nice.
Yep.
But don't mistake their kindness for weakness. I know that for a fact because I traveled the South a lot. And that's my answer. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao from Zenos. It's always with the diners. What is it?
Exactly right.
All right, what do you say, Kurt?
All right, so we haven't heard this in a while, but I'm going to go with Moonshine with Newman.
All right, Newman
Yep.
Price was good. He lived there.
Yep.
Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, I'll second that, and I'll second Chef Dave's with Sergeant York and Joe of Exton with Appalachian Spring.
That was wild. All right, we'll go with the Moonshiners here. Tomorrow, thinking of doing this because of Catherine Zeta-Jones and the elderly Michael Douglas. Probably, I might center in on Douglas, but I'm thinking of doing it all-time best actress. All right, so that might be a little harder than you think. Be ready for that. Also be ready for a week from today, just a week now, counting down. Scott Jennings in the house, Politics and Pints, our baby, what we love to get together with listeners. Just get your tickets, 1210WPHT.com. You might meet Henry Rowe, Scott Jennings, and me. I have to ask for advice on which outfit to wear. I have my contemporary outfit, then I have my formal outfit. Not a tuxedo for this.
No, it's too much.
All right, I'll be
No
talking
blue
about
jeans.
that tomorrow. No jeans. Rich Cioli is next. All that, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start